Okay. Welcome on in, everybody. I am 2 hours late, but I was tired. So, let's get into it. Alright, last episode we bred Rexes. I, was incubating the dodo eggs that I'm fertilized fucking weeks ago. Did my first cave run, and finally got a dung beetle. I forgot to fuck with the maturation speed before I launched in. Okay. Oh, I am at. Okay, where's my graphics? Oh shit. All of my... Literally everybody is in the wrong spot. Right, I forgot about that. Okay. Okay, let's start by putting stamina away. Anything on her? No. Right, this is because of Bronto fucking... Right, okay, okay. Okay. So the raptors lined up over here. Go ahead and... Pardon me. Thank you, honey. Okay, I have... Oh, there's the Pteranodon. Okay. Okay, got dark out. Let's crank the gamma. I am very heavy, aren't I? Alright, let's drop shit off on my Argentavis. Because at the very least, that saddle is 20 pounds. Colby is making a nest. Okay. One of my Argentavis laid an egg. Don't have medium animal feces on me, so why is that what it's prompting me? I just magically summoned one from the aether. That was weird. Oh, that's where it was. It was on my inventory bar. Hotbar. Okay, it's gonna need 6 total. Hello, hi Jay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just a second, I'll read your message. Hi, how have I been doing? Can't say too long, but thought it'd be nice to try watching streams again a little. I've been alright. Not, not, not bad. Oh shit, I need one more. Maybe 2. Go ahead and grab 2 more. Never mind, got it. I know for a fact that humans can carry dodos, so why the fuck can't I pick this one up? That's weird, I can't pick any of them up.
Do you have something on your shoulder already?
Right, I do have something on my shoulder already. Thank you!
Mm-hmm.
Okay, wood, thatch, and fiber, because of course my entire base took slight damage when the Bronto came down. Wood, thatch, and fiber, right. Do we have thatch and fiber? No. Those do not count. some hide. Okay. Okay, I think that's everything repaired. Oh, right. Okay, everybody's organized again. I've got a few cryopods, so let's just round up some of the ones that I want to take up north. Third dinosaur. Yeah. Grab both these Argentavis as well. Okay. I bumped my trackpad. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Okay, off we go. And I've got one more cryopod in case I see something wild that I want. Alright, go ahead and drink some. Sucks that you had pneumonia. Hope your dad gets better. Honest to goodness, thought this drop was blue, but clearly it is not. That's a very bright turtle. It seems to be stuck. Oh yeah, I still need silica pearls for a Quetzal platform saddle. Why did you try to land on the water, you dumb fuck? Just looking for trilobites. That's a raptor. Raptor level 4. Patchy 36. I'm guessing the raptor pissed off the Patchies. Interesting. Alright, I am gonna go around the entire peninsula, searching the beach for trilobites. No shit, my Daedons will have given birth. I forgot to restart the timer when I logged on. Shit, those babies might have died already. I mean, I wasn't too thrilled with the embryos when I looked at them, but... Hello, Basim. Basim? Hi, how are you? I'm alright. You? Okay, there's the Quets. And the Bronto. Why did I take the Bronto out? Bronto could have stayed in a crab pot. Shit, where'd it go? Okay. Got some food on them. Here they come. Okay. I like how even when they're babies, the Rexes have the stomp sound effects of full-grown adults. Not sure why the Rexes had to be inside of each other. Okay. Okay, they're both males, which kind of sucks, but... Okay, I just need to keep an eye on how much food they've got in their inventories. But they've got enough to last a minute or so. Alright, are these guys done? Yeah, these guys are all done. Okay. Why is it not hatching? I need berries. Okay, that's two of them. What about the other one? Okay, the other one's coming. I guess Santiago's trying to join me. It says unable to connect. Every other time it works must be a Steam thing. That sucks. Okay, I don't know what to do to...
What's it saying, baby?
Oh, someone's having trouble, connecting to the game.
What's it telling them?
Just says unable to connect. Okay. Okay, I am going to exit to the main menu. I'm gonna close the game and then relaunch so that Trident can, try and join. Because he's having an error message, so I will be back in just a moment. Okay. Okay. Go to the main menu. Just need to get my game capture to recognize it. It's not recognizing it. Why is it not recognizing it? Cool. Why is the screen black now? What is going on? What did I just click on? Why is my alert box there? Okay, I have no idea what my game capture is doing, so... Okay, that worked. Okay, there we go. Okay, arc is now visible again. Let's go fuck with settings. Advanced. Meeting interval. Let's get this down to like 0.2. Egg hatch. We'll put that up at 3. Maturation we'll put up at 5. Okay. That's all I really needed to do. Okay. Host. And then add a name and launch. Okay. It just needs to load in now. Remind me to go to CVS tomorrow.
Go to CVS tomorrow.
I meant tomorrow. Remind me that I need to go to CVS.
Heard.
Thank you, baby. Okay. I could have sworn I had 7 baby dodos. I had 7 eggs, but I have 8 baby dodos.
Twins?
I might have gotten twins, that is true. There are 2 that have identical coloring, so it might be those 2. Just making sure they all have a crap ton of berries on them. And then once they hit 10%, they will start eating from the feeding trough. Okay. Oh yeah, I need to join the Discord. So Trident and I can talk. Hello.
Hey, worked. I don't know. When you first came on, it didn't show that you were in game, and I had to restart, and then it showed you were on Arc. So I don't know. It's a steam, something to do with steam.
Yeah,
Oh,
your
hold
body
on.
got
Wait.
dragged because you fell asleep. We logged off at the first base, and now you are asleep among the baby dodos. I've got 2 baby Rexes, 2 baby Daedons, 8 baby dodos. So, I'm just babysitting these fucks. The Daedons are gonna grow up last.
What'd you put the maturation on? You said 5.
I think 5, yeah.
Yeah, with it being that high, you probably won't even have to really worry about food.
Probably
Cause
won't need to worry about. Yeah, probably not imprinting either.
well, you'll still have to imprint at least one time, but because you see how the time is on it, you won't be able to imprint these because they'll probably be at full-grown adults before that.
Mm-hmm.
There's another slider in there, and I can't remember. There's like 3 or 4 that govern this, but one of
Mm-hmm.
them has control over the amount of time,
Yeah, one of them's like amount of time to between
grace period,
imprinting, and
and
one is about grace period, and one is about how quickly their quality of life decreases if you don't imprint them in time.
yeah, the one that controls the duration is the one you have to adjust when you change the multiplier,
Yeah.
and then that will scale it down to fit whatever time frame their maturity. But this is the default. This one, 8 hours is normal for ARC.
Yeah.
For official, that's their normal imprint timer, every 8 hours.
So
But most dinos take like 2 or 3 days to grow up. So
yeah. So are you actually in the game right now?
yeah, am I not showing for you?
No, you are still asleep on the ground for me. It doesn't say asleep. Your body is prone, like
It's
you are
gonna
still
show.
sleeping. That's hilarious.
I'm walking around looking. I mean,
That's
I'm
hilarious.
standing right by the dodos, but I see my. That's funny.
You can see it
I
on
don't know.
stream. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see it. I
'Cause
saw that. Whenever you see something glitched out like that, that rock you sent me, I looked at it
mhm.
afterwards. That wasn't a rock. That was a dinosaur. When their mesh gets twisted, sometimes
Oh,
they like go out to infinity like that. Usually, structures don't do it. Only dinos.
gotcha.
That's funny. So how am I gonna do any? Maybe if we move around, how am I gonna do anything if you can't see what I'm
Yeah, I'll just hop on my bird and like fly far enough that you get dragged, and then maybe when I come back it'll work. I don't know.
doing? Maybe a render thing. Yeah, careful. Just make sure I'm safe over there. Keep going. Go see how far you can go. Because we never tested it after you changed it.
Yeah, let me know when you start getting dragged.
You're still green. Before you were like already red by now. No, what'd you put it on 4? Is it on 4?
Should be. I think so.
Yeah, it's not showing. It's showing. It's lagging now, but it's not showing red yet. It's still green on mine. Don't go over the water. Oh, you did it. You
I
did it.
did go over the water. Oh shit, where are you? Are
I'm
you in
about
the
30
water?
feet. I'm about 30 feet under the water. I'm underneath you. Fuck.
Alright. Sorry, I didn't think about that. I thought it would just drag you across the land and we'd have like a minute to react.
I'll be coming up under you. Can you get me? Shark's biting my ass.
Shit! I fell off! Here, you swim ahead. I've got the health to just like tank him.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe if he chews on you for a minute, it'll save me. I don't know why it put me so deep in the. I was
Yeah, I
like
have no
50
idea.
feet under.
Yeah, I have no idea. Sorry, I did not think about the water.
But you can see me now. Okay, well that
Yeah,
worked.
yeah.
It must have been. You know what the nanny does that on SS. Like it gets bored and it just lays down on the ground just like that. It's hilarious. Normally the Argent will come close enough to you that where you can, if you're really quick, you can jump right on him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't even turn red. Shit. It said 218 meters and it was still green. So
Huh.
that's that's good as long as it doesn't cause any issues for us.
But yeah, at least you're not lying prone anymore.
It's glitching out. Did you still want to go to those caves? Probably want to get the
Um,
babies
yeah,
taken care of
let's wait
first.
till the babies are all taken care of. Here, I'll pop out stamina as well. One of my other urchins. So you got something to fly on.
Once these guys are at 10%, or if they can make it to 10%, they're okay. They just need to be close enough to the feeding trough. Yeah,
Yeah, they're
these
all over.
dodos, these are all fine.
Yeah.
The Dadons, I don't know. Dadons are 2%.
Yeah, the
Which
Dadons
one?
are gonna take a while.
Yeah, but 600 food, you're probably good. Yeah, if they're at 2% now, there's no way they're going to eat that before they hit 10%. If they had that much weight, they're golden. Are they close? Where's that? Oh, it's over here. Is this one of the SS trough or S plus?
No, none of my troughs are S plus.
Okay, make sure. Here, let me show you why I'm saying this. Turn this radius on.
Mm-hmm.
Turn the radius. Now go get an S plus one and put it down up there by the base.
I'd have to make one.
Yeah, make one. Just pull it if you can. You know how to do the pulling and all that? You
You told me how to at one
When
point.
you go into your inventory, if you're close enough to a resource that contains all the shit you need, you just go into
Mm-hmm.
crafting. You select the item you want, make sure it's
And
the S
then,
plus, and then there's like a box that has arrows pointing inward. That's pull.
yep,
That just
there it
pulls from
is.
every direction. Then you can craft away, and put it somewhere safe, probably inside the house because this one has a massive radius. You don't need to be close to the dinos at all, and then turn the radius on. I just wanted you to see like what these mods are OP in a lot of ways, and this is one of them.
Show range.
Okay, now come on, look at
Oh
that.
my god, wait a sec. Why is it? Is it supposed to be a giant grid around the house?
Yeah, it's just a
That
box. Yeah,
that freaked me the fuck out. You're right,
yeah,
it's
and
huge though.
you can turn this one off, but I turn it on and off sometimes just to make sure everything's in there, and I always check the ranges because some of the mods are a little different on different things. But if you can, do we have transfer? Is there a transfer gun in this? We can just
Oh what?
transfer. There's a gun you can shoot the source and then shoot the destination, and it'll transfer everything if it's within a certain amount of distance.
I've never heard of that. Let me search for the. Um.
Usually it's like a one thatch. It's in the craft. Let me see. Yeah, the S plus gun multi tool. Make that gun. There's a remote too. You can use the Omni tool remote. Let me see. The gun usually you have modes you select and you can change it.
I mean that sounds awesome, but I don't know how much I'd use that. Cause I like putting multiple things into different areas, you know.
Well, it's more for like once you start using it, you won't want to stop because this thing's busted. But it just makes it so you don't have to manually move shit around. You just stand one place and zap it. That's not the one. The gun. The S Plus is a little different than the SS system. The guys I'm playing on have the SS system, and they're variations of each other. They're almost identical, but there's real subtle differences in how they work. But this one has a remote. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The remote you go up to you hold R if you have it in your hand, and then it pulls up a wheel that shows like what it's capable of. It can scan. It can do an advanced transfer. It can teleport. Depends on what you have it set up for. But I usually just put it on basic transfer. Then whatever you go up to and you like right click on it, it'll set source, right? And then you just go where do you want to dump it.
Hmm.
It's really good for like metal and stuff like that, where you
Yeah.
got way too much weight. It's really cool for that.
All right.
Let's see,
Get what
I
you're
don't know if
saying.
you're near me. I'll show you how to
I'm
zap
just
this.
inside.
Or did you already transfer everything?
Bless you.
Pardon me. I'm sorry. What was the question?
Did you already transfer all this stuff out?
I mean, I don't. I transferred everything I could I thought of moving from the bird. I mean,
Oh, no, I mean from the trough. I'm gonna put the meat and the
oh no,
berries
I
inside
haven't.
the.
I have not messed with either of the troughs.
Okay, I'm just gonna move everything into the big trough, and then where is it at? Is it this one? Yeah. Okay. I'll just move everything into this inside one, so that all the dinos, and you can pull into this. Like if you don't know where something's at, say you want
Mm-hmm.
meat, you just go into the inventory, and that cloud with an arrow pointing down at the top,
Mm-hmm.
that will pull from the inventory or your inventory, depending on which side you're on. So you just go into the trough inventory and pull, and then just type in what you want. Say you want to pull all the meat off all the dinos, right, and put it in the
Right.
trough.
Okay.
Just type. Yeah, and then look in here and just see. I just wanted you to do it so you can understand and then see what's going on. Because
Okay.
there's
So
like, it shows all the inventories of the meat. There's 16,000 in the refrigerator. There's 1,300 in the other feeding trough. Shows what's in the Datons, which you want to leave that, so
yeah, the
don't pull
Daedons and
that.
Rexes. I'd
But
wanna.
oh, those are the babies. Yeah, leave that. Okay, I thought those were.
No, no.
So pull the feeding trough and
Is that
pull
that?
like 6,000 out of the refrigerator. You don't want to pull it all because the refrigerator's got better preservation. But when you upgrade this to the tech trough, then you want to put everything in the trough because it's a refrigerator at that point. You won't be losing food to spoilage. But yeah, this S Plus mod, there's a reason why most private streamers they love this mod. It's like even Syntech, I believe, uses all this. They're just all quality of life things. It make life so much easier. You don't have to slap around all the materials and stuff once you have it set up. Okay, and that they're within the radius. You also let's see what else. You know about the trough icon on the babies and all that?
Yeah.
Okay,
I know how
okay.
that the trough. I mean, they just get a little icon that just shows that they're using the trough, right?
When the babies won't have it, you see how they all have a trough icon now.
Yeah, all the
The
dodos
dodos.
do. Yeah.
Now look at the Datons. That's because they're not at 10%.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all that is.
Okay.
Now,
So
when you have
now.
Maywings, when you give the Maywings, the babies will get the trough icon from the Maywing because
Okay.
they feed them. Uh, but yeah, so that's just, quick and dirty. You can look around and see if everything's taken care of properly. Just very easy by looking at those icons.
All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and empty the dodo inventories.
Pull it, don't go up to
Oh no,
go
right.
back
Yeah,
to
I
the
can just.
trough and pull. Just check the dodos all, check, and then just siphon them out. And they'll be okay because the trough has got plenty. And actually, if we're low on anything, which I don't think we are, I think we got more than enough to feed everybody. I can't remember what did we do the last. Oh, we went into the cave. That's right.
Mhm.
We did that really late, but was that okay?
Yeah.
You said you had done that before, right?
That one cave I have been in before, but not all the way to the artifact.
Okay, that is the easiest cave, and it's cold in that cave. You could wear like even I think hide is enough. Even with like cooked meat, cooked meat regenerates a little bit of health. So if you do something like that, you're going to be experiencing the cold debuff.
Mhm.
Just bring it like 100 cooked meat because you can when you're hungry, if you tap that, it'll regenerate a little bit of health. But what I would like to recommend, because when you start doing caves, you want to think about things a little differently. You want to have better armor. You want to be a little more prepared. But one of the things we do when we do caves is we bring med brews, and the med brew is just
I
it's
have
easy
never
to.
made
I'll show you about all the soups and stuff if we have time. You want to make the cooker, the industrial
the
cooker.
industrial cooker. I do
Yeah.
not have enough metal for that yet.
Okay. See
Let
what
me
we
see.
need to make it, and
Oh, I
we'll
do
go.
have enough metal for it. What I need is cementing paste and polymer.
Okay. Shit. What do we? We don't have a moss chop yet, do we? Okay.
I do have a
Um,
Moss Chops. He's down at the other base. He's
is
one of the
he
ones.
high enough level to be? Can he
Um,
get like 300% of melee or whatever?
I think he's got that much.
If he can, then it's worth it to go get him because we need to spec him only in polymer. We'll use him to kill the Karaku. I need to get fur if we're gonna go there. So we could hit the beaver dens on the way there, and
Okay.
grab a bunch of cementing paste. Do we have a chem bench yet? We have a chem bench.
Yeah, we've got a chem bench.
Okay, you have a
What?
Dodicarus, I assume.
I do have a Dodicarus. He is also at the other base. We can grab him.
Okay, bring him.
Let
Because
me
whenever you're making
grab
cementing
more.
paste, you want to be able to collect massive amounts of stone. Because we can take the chitin and the keratin that we get out of the caves, and as long as we have stone in that chem bench, we can whip out a fucking metric ton of cementing paste. We just need the stone, and that'll crank it out super fast. You can make anything you need, but you should always check the beaver dens because that's just free, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then yeah, that's all you need really. What else? Polymer. And so with polymer, you just need to know the spots to get the obsidian. The best places are usually on the mountains. But
Mm-hmm.
blue's got some. The one I like to go to is you can either go to the best one honestly is the frozen tooth. That's the one, not the ones next to us, but the ones just past those. That's
Mm-hmm.
the two. The frozen fang is the cold one, and then the one right below it is the frozen tooth. That one has the richest obsidian deposits. So when I need a big pull, I just go right up there, get the
Okay.
anklo out, and just
Yeah,
take back as much as you
I
can.
do have an Angie in my cryo fridge right
Well,
now.
I would say let's do all of that if you want. We'll do all
Okay.
those things, and then
So yeah, go grab the Moss Chops and the
we'll get the.
Dodicarus.
Then we can farm after we bring all this shit back to the base. We can go get some polymer. And we'll do that with the moss chops, and I'll show you how that works. And then we'll just get what we were making, an indie cooker. Indie cooker is amazing. It does the same thing as the cooking pot. Only with the cooking pot, everything is manual. You have to put
Mm-hmm.
in water skins and jars, and it's very tedious and slow. The
Okay.
cooker does all that, only it does automated because you have to hook it up to water. And
Oh.
so it just does it super fast,
Okay.
basically.
So
So if you're making anything like med brews, like you need to take a stack of 20 of those into a cave minimum, that would take you forever doing that on a pot. With a cooker,
because
it's just you can do that in just a few minutes. Just like the chem bench, it's a similar deal.
okay,
Just
but
everything only
hooking it up to
faster.
water, I'd have to.
Easy, I'll show you.
I'll just.
It's super easy. I'll show you how to
I'm.
run water lines in a way that is a little bit better than
I
what most
mean,
people do.
like I, I have trouble with water
Oh,
lines.
that's right. When I first came, you was like, "Can you look at this pipe over here?" And I
Yeah,
totally forgot to
because the
do it.
narcoberries are not.
It sounded like a glitch, I think. I think I did look at it and I was like, I'm not sure what's wrong with it. But usually when that happens, it's glitched out or something.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes when structures overlap each other, they bug out. And I don't know, I'm not sure. Because the tap usually waters within a radius of about 1.5 foundations or 2 foundations, roughly, within a radius above and below. So wherever you put your water outflow, that should cover almost 2 foundations on.
Yeah, which is why it was weird that the narcoberries
Yeah,
were.
which I think is meant there was something wrong. It was glitching or something. Usually when it does that, you need to start tearing shit apart until you figure out where it's fucked up at, basically.
Mm,
It might
okay.
not have been anything to do with you. It could have been just the game. Its Ark's building system is not what I would call
Not ideal.
refined diamonds. It's not the term that comes to mind.
All right.
Make sure we have everything because I'm trying to do too many things at once. We
Okay.
have food, weapons, everything else. We got fur. We need fur. We need cryopods for the Anki, the Dodicarus, and the moss chops at least.
Yeah, the
I'll grab
Anki
a few.
is already in a cryopod, so I'll just put the.
Okay, bring him with us.
Yep, I'll put him
And
on wait. Okay.
And I'm gonna bring the Therizino just because Theries are
I
awesome.
have. Yeah.
You
Okay.
got
Yeah. Yeah. I did cryopod the Therizino to bring up here.
and just remember when they're potted, they gain 1.5 times experience, so they
Mm-hmm.
get levels quicker. So if it's all possible, it's not a bad way to go. Obviously, you don't want to waste them if you don't need them, but since you know how easy they are to make, as long as you've got oil and polymer and a little bit of metal and crystal, that's not very expensive, really. And
Yeah.
what's great is once you do the bosses, you get unlock the tech replicator, and the tech replicator lets you make all that shit inside of
Yeah,
its
I see, I
inventory,
see.
which is awesome. Okay, I've got some pods, I've got weapons, I think I've got everything I need. Do I have fur? That'd be the one. Yes, I do. Okay, I've got food, I've got fur, I got everything I need, I think.
I've still got a harpoon launcher with 8 nets. I've got 92 shocking tranquilizer darts. Well, 93 because the gun is loaded. I wanted to ask real quick, what stat should I be pumping with the Daedons?
Oh, I don't. The Datons, the way we use them on official is we use it's basically their healing is based on their healing is like a reservoir, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's based on their food stat. So the more food they have, the more healing. The downside of that is if
They
when you
eat a
start using
lot.
them, once they start healing, they'll consume the entirety of their food bar, right? And then they will just demolish your troughs. So you need to be very, very careful when you use them. And they also will starve to death if they're healing and they run out of food and they're not near a trough, they'll
They will
deplete the
starve.
trough and then they starve to death. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you need to be very careful when you're using the passive healing. I only use it to be fair when I do boss fights because that's the only time it's worth it because they use when I say when you go out of render and come back, they will completely replenish their food bar from what's available. That
Mm-hmm.
means if there's a trough and they will empty the trough,
Yeah.
literally empty it, and it will kill all your dinos. You got to be careful. But usually food is what you'd pump, but honestly, having a lower food bar is kind of an advantage. It doesn't give
Because
you
then they won't empty the trough as
and
easily.
they can't starve as easy, and they also won't annihilate your trough. It usually gets you when you're raising babies is when they can screw you because the adults don't starve that fast, but babies will die.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just kind of like unofficial. Yeah, unofficial. We breed them for food, and they have like 500,000 food as babies,
Damn.
and they put, but it's because they throw them out for boss fights, and they heal like you're healing like 20 dinos at once, which is worth it. Then you just make a
Mm-hmm.
bunch of meat runs. And then there's these things called plant R seeds that have most people on official use them. They're from Gen 2, and they are big tentacles that you can farm,
Oh.
and they produce free meat. So you put them in a tech crop lot, and then you just keep it filled with fertilizer. And they have dozens of them. They go up to you, they hit them, they smash them. They've got like 6K meat in 2 seconds. They fill all their drops.
That's pretty
But
cool.
that's a whole nother deal. But they're kind of hard to get, so you got to kind of know how to farm them or know somebody that will give them to you because the R seeds have they have every variation of they have spoiled meat, they have raw fish, they have the prime fish, they have raw meat, and then they have raw prime fish. I
Interesting.
think that there's five variations. Sorry, am I in the right bird?
You want the really pretty one?
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
you good.
fancy one.
Okay.
Okay,
Alright.
so we want to go back to get the dinos first.
Mm-hmm. So we're grabbing the moss chops and the Didigrus, and then we're coming back here. And we're taking the moss chops to go kill penguins, right?
We can do that. Yep. Do you have the ankle as well?
The Anklia is on my bird.
Okay.
His cryopod is on my bird. Alright?
Yeah. See, now we both have about the same amount of speed. We don't have to worry unless one of us gets heavy, then we can't keep up.
Yeah, but you have a lot more stamina than I do, so I'll have to stop. Whoops. I took a dive because I took my hand off my mouse. My mouse just slid to the side. Just trying to reach for my drink. Here we go.
You aren't leaving crumbs in bed, are you? Are you still in?
Nah, no crumbs. It's just a drink.
It's just wet spots all over you.
Nah, there isn't even condensation left on this bitch. That's how long it's
You
been
got
sitting
like a
here.
little tray or something you use or what?
No, no, it just sits on my. Sits on the filing cabinet that is my nightstand.
Oh, yeah, that's the way to go. You gotta have a little table. Yeah.
I also still need like 15 or 20 more silica pearls in order to make a platform saddle for the quits.
Okay. Yeah, that brings to mind a whole nother deal. We talked about the water stuff, didn't we? The
A little bit?
Basel. The two dinos that you want. Now, what I normally do, this is what I do, and everybody's got their own different process for this. But early game, before you get in the water, right, you got to have something to protect you when you're in the water. There's a couple ways you can do it.
I mean, we've talked about my Sarko being fucking jacked.
Sarco is actually not terrible, and it does have an early saddle. You could use a Sarco, but what I like to do, because the Sarco is actually so fast, it's actually hard to like attack for me on that.
And my Sarko is at like 196 movement speed.
But if you just wanted to get down and do something, that would also work. I usually go for the baryonyx. He's because he's just a good dino to have. You can run caves with him because he can get in and out of the water, right? He's like a crocodile that stands on his rear legs.
Yeah.
But what's cool about the baryonyx, and also what's very bad about him, don't ever go into the water if there's one in the water, because doesn't matter how strong you are, it will kill you no matter what, because it can stun when it's in the water, uh, but which is also good because it could stun almost every dino, and it just stun locks you. It'll just keeps whipping you with its tail, and it stuns you for like I don't know 10, 15 seconds, and then it stuns you again, and it just keeps biting you. It stuns you again, stuns you again. You never come out of stun.
Damn.
But it's really good for which way are you going? I'm getting
I
pulled.
am. I'm staying along the. Oh, I see you. I see the. I see your bird freaking out. I'm staying along the shoreline looking for trilobites for silica
Oh, okay,
pearls.
okay. I just couldn't see where you were at when I looked around. You're
Yeah,
showing me
because my
behind you.
bird is kind of tan and I'm against the
But what
sand.
what I would do first, there's a couple of things I do. Depends on the map I'm on. Every map's a little different, but what I would say is I use the baryonyx to tame a basilosaurus. That's we call him the sea sausage or whatever.
I've only seen a
They're
basilosaurus
kind of
once.
hard to find on this map. This map's really bad for a lot of different tames. But what's cool about him, and
I need
there's the other
stamina.
one is you're gonna land. What makes him unique and why you want to tame him is because he is immune to being dismounted.
Oh,
And that in the Tusloteuthus, he's the gigantic squid.
yeah,
And those two do not, they're impervious to the Cinderins, which shock you and dismount you.
right.
And
I
once
did
you
not
get
know the
shocked,
jellyfish could dismount you.
yeah, you're
I
just fucked. Once you get stunned,
once I realized that they were aggressive the hard way, I decided that anytime they were in the water, I was not.
they're not that fast, but
No.
it's easy to get caught by one by
Mm-hmm.
running from something else. You look, and then bam, one's right in front of you. Because once you get stunned, and then all the caves in the water are just filled with them, so you can't. You want to get a mount that actually, and the bassies can get like huge amount of health. They can kill anything. They they're really strong and they're really good dino. But they're passive tame, so you want to take like mutton or something with you,
Mm-hmm.
and then you just go in and. But you need a dino to protect you because they're followed by a swarm of manta
Mantis.
rays.
Yeah.
So you go near it, you either bite it or you just draw their aggro. You pull them all off onto you. You whip them with the baryonyx. You just sit there and just massacre them all, and then you just kind of follow him around and you feed him, and he just kind of
So
babysit him and
so
protect him.
what is the best way to kill all the mantas without harming the basilosaurus?
It doesn't matter as long the bassies are really strong. First off, So biting it, even if you have to bite it to draw the aggro, I try not to because it's just a habit. You can bite it; it'll draw them all off on you. Usually, just getting close enough to it will draw them off. And the baryonyx is great for killing them because he can stun them, and then he just chews on them. Mantis have very poor health, but they actually hit pretty hard, and they will break your armor almost instantly if they hit you when you're dismounted. So he's a great way to babysit, but you could do the same thing with a Sarco if you wanted to. Don't worry about hitting the Bassie in the beginning. Just worry about it after you start the tame because that'll reset the whole tame.
Right.
So just make sure everything's clear the best you can, and then you start the tame. And you just got to be patient, just like most. But he's great because he's tough enough to take on the toughest. He can kill. What I usually use him for is making shocking train darts because I can kill the Syndrans
Right.
without worrying about being dismounted and killed. So he's a great like intermediate. Later on, I'd say go after the Tussle Toothus if you can, because he's
Which
actually
I've never seen. Because I don't
they're
go
only
into the
in
deep water.
Yeah, they're only in the deep water. Like most
If
of
I
the
can't see the shore, I'm fucked. I hate being out in the water.
Yeah,
there's
let's
two
go the,
things that affect swimming: your oxygen and your move speed. So you
Mm-hmm.
want to have. I usually have no less than 130% move speed, and I have usually 200 oxygen, which both help with swimming. But don't go in the water without a pair of flippers. The flippers make you faster than almost anything down there. You can't outrun like alphas and stuff, but they can outrun like megalodons and all the other crap. So just and they only weigh like nothing. So I always carry
Yeah, I
a pair.
haven't made scuba gear. I think I've unlocked the engrams, but I haven't made it yet.
But just even when you're just flying around, have a pair of flippers. If you ever get in the water for any reason, just put them on and you can
Pop
just
'em on.
jet out. Or like when I played PvP, I would always carry them. So if anything ever happened, I could cryo my dino and jump in the water, and I could outswim anybody unless they had a water dino, right?
Right.
Just get away, or you can avoid something or whatever. So, but
Here,
yeah, they
wait up.
give you like, oh, did I outrun you?
Yeah, just a little bit, but I found a trilobite.
But the scuba tank, the bad thing about scuba is it does break very easily. So if you're attacked in the water, it's bad news. So you usually want to have two tanks with you. And yeah, so one, if you're dismounted, it's because you got to dismount to go to the Bassie to feed it, right? You go up to it, you swim up to it. It'll be a passive feed. But while you're off your dino, you're vulnerable, right? If you get
Right.
hit, it'll break your tank. Your tame's over. So always have a backup. And the tank weighs like 20 pounds. That's the only downside to carrying a tank. But the flippers don't. They hardly weigh anything. So what I usually do is carry like two pairs of flippers on me. Because even if I break my tank, I can still get to the surface and back down with those flippers on. And I could actually
Yeah.
stay out there just with the flippers because I can go up and down fast enough. But yeah, if they get hit, you're dead. That's the one thing about the scuba is you really don't want to be dismounted because anytime you
Yeah.
take damage, the scuba gear sucks. Later on, you'll find better quality. It'll be more expensive, but it will be a lot more durable.
Yeah.
But initially, just don't ever try to hand fight in the only time I try to do like if I have flippers and I have a good crossbow, sometimes I'll kill megalodons because you can outswim them. I'll kill Syndrans sometimes because they're really slow, but generally it's not a good idea to fight in the water with that crap on. Do we have an event? Oh, I guess you do. It's a lot of pretty colors.
Oh yeah, a bunch of them are left over from the Valentine's Day event.
Okay, so about 360 meters is about what we got right now. Do you remember what it was before? I can't remember.
Nope.
I know it was
Probably only one.
probably around 200, I think. 1 or 200, yeah, somewhere in that neighborhood. But yeah, definitely don't be afraid of the water, but do be cautious of the water because the water is designed to kill you. And when you die in the water, it's very hard to get your stuff back. You have to
Yeah,
be
which is one of
prepared.
the reasons why I've never gone in the water very far.
But
Because
if
it's
you do
just.
it right, it's pretty safe, especially once you get a Bassie, because the Bassie can run away from anything.
Mm-hmm.
If you get into trouble, usually, and he can tank. As long as he's not so low level, he can tank a lot of damage before he'll die. So you can get out of harm's way if you've got one of them under you. But the Baryonic's a good intermediate. But like you said, you could use the Sarco. I've never tried it with the Sarco, but he is fast as hell and he's fairly strong. So
Yeah, I mean, my Sargo's fucking jacked.
I just like the Barry. They are harder to tame and harder to find, but I like him because he stuns everything and he makes it pretty much like a guarantee, that you'll be able to knock out everything in the way. And he's great for megalodons. If you get mobbed by megalodons,
Mm-hmm.
he just stuns them all and just chews them up.
And we're talking about a baryonyx.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. And also, if you ever see one in the water, do not go in the water
Yeah.
with it. They're not as dangerous on land, but they do hit pretty hard on land. If you get a good baryonyx, a lot of people like to run the caves with them because they jump and they hit hard. And they can go in the water. So if there's water in a cave, they can go right in there and kill all that shit in there. Because I don't know, did you? Oh, we didn't go in the water, but the water that was in that cave that we were in,
Mm-hmm.
if you go in there, there's going to be about 75 piranhas will come at you immediately, and there's
Yeah.
sarcos in there too. So yeah, it's a quick way to die if you get in the water. And all the caves, as far as I know, are like that. They have like just loaded with piranhas.
Hell yeah, I love having a dung beetle finally.
Yeah, he's
He's
awesome.
so much more efficient than the.
How
Than
many bags does he have on him now? Is he
I mean, I just emptied him, but like 11?
okay? Yeah. When you get him up to like 35 pounds or something, he'll make like 50 bags of fertilizer per cycle.
Yeah.
I usually have one. The one I have now has got almost 50 pounds, and he can hold like over 100 bags of fertilizer. You just keep throwing crap on him and taking the oil off, and I leave the bags right on him because they don't weigh that much, and then
Right.
he's just a reservoir because it fills up so much space, those fertilizers. But that remote is great for this too because there's a advanced transfer, and you can tell it pull from the dung beetle, and then tell
Oh.
it pull fertilizer, and then you just tell it the crop lots, select the crop lots, and it will automatically pull to every one of them, and it will evenly distribute whatever he has in his inventory. I'd wait till you get a little bit more weight on him though, because
Yeah, he can
11
only
isn't
hold
gonna
like 8 pounds right now.
11 bags is not going to cut it with this big of a nursery. You got quite a bit here. Is everything working okay now? Looks like you fixed it all.
My knockerberries are not irrigated. I had to manually fill up water skins and water them every so often. I bet it's because they're slightly in the wall.
It's got to be a glitch. Yeah, there has to be a glitch.
Because
Maybe
they
when you
are
snap
slightly in
them.
the wall.
Yeah, it has to be. And there's a lot of things that'll do that. If there's structures going through it, it'll mess it up. Vaults do that sometimes too. You can't get into the inventory if there's like a pillar or something partially into it.
Mm.
But I would honestly, I wouldn't even worry about so much narcos. But you can grow them. But if you got a Bronto, um, there's a spot right next to us over here where you can easily make like 3,000 narcotics in just like 20 minutes if you want. Do you have the Bronto with you? Or, no, he's
No, the
at the other
Bronto's at
base.
the other base.
That's one good thing about the island. The island, if you know the right spots, there's usually plenty of just basic resources. But that's what I do. I go and I just do a big push at one time, and then I just fill like half a vault full, and then I'm done for a while. I wait for 3 or 4 months, and I do it again.
Okay, we're grabbing the moss chops.
Okay, you see? Did we look? Did I show you about the look at pull him out of there so we can look at him. Okay, now go into his. When you go up to him, hold down E
Mm-hmm.
and view
Harvest setting?
harvesting. Yeah, and you can select.
View
Okay,
harvesting levels available.
he's
He's
got.
got 15.
Okay, you only want to spec him in one thing because they don't really. It doesn't benefit them that much to only have a little bit here, a little bit there. You can do that,
Gotcha.
but with
Yeah, his,
organic armor, you want to try to get that to around 300% if you can. But it's still worth it because it's basically like using him instead of a club, which is actually easier.
yeah, he's
But
got 27 levels in the polymer harvesting now. She.
okay, let put the rest
And we should
put the
put.
rest melee. Melee is best, but
Okay.
put a little bit of weight on them too, so that they can carry. When
Mm-hmm.
you get on them, I put almost all melee, and then I put a little bit of weight so I can ride
Yeah.
them because they're actually really good at harvesting. I use them to like farm berries and shit when I'm taming early game, like just so I
Yeah.
can throw narco or mijos and narcos on the birds, and
Okay.
I just
Oh, just a second. I've got somebody in my chat. Hello, Destroyer. Is this a Windows server? It is, yes. I should probably put that in the info, shouldn't I? I'll mess with that later.
this is Steam,
Yeah,
the
it's a
Windows.
Steam.
Steam. The
Steam. Alright.
Windows actually is a separate version, and
It
it's
is? I did not
Windows
know that.
10. Yeah, because they're
Right.
the Windows version is compatible with the Xbox version. That's the only reason I just decipher the two. But we call this one Steam because there is a Windows 10 version of Arc.
Gotcha. Okay, and we were also going to grab the Doedicurus. Can't find the server? Yeah, Trident had a huge amount of trouble finding the server. How did you do it? You bitch. How did you,
Uh,
find the server?
I did it through a friend invite. Is the only way I was able to get it to work because I could not. The server never showed up for me ever.
Should put
Even
the,
now, it didn't show up.
I
So
said
that
you should put the query IP from the manager. I don't, I don't know how to do that.
Oh, in the man, yeah, there is a management council. I never thought about trying that. There is a council you can open up when you're
Uh,
running single player. I've
the,
seen you do it before, I think, haven't you?
um, okay, if I hit escape and then what? Host administration? Or is it in options?
Well, you type it into the command prompt, the
Oh, okay.
command interface. It's just a command that opens it up, and then
Okay,
you
so
can.
what's the command?
I don't know what it's called again. It's something. It's Give me a second. I can look it up real quick.
The name of my the name of my island is just my Twitch username. It's just Irashi Girl. Show my admin manager. Okay.
Yeah, most of the commands are really intuitive, but if you don't use them a lot, I hardly ever use it, but it is nice because you can see who's on the server, you can whitelist,
Yeah.
blacklist, you
It
can
is a
promote.
non-dedicated. It is a non-dedicated. Oh, I mistyped. Okay. I can't. Okay, I have to fuck around with my. I have my inventory set to tab, and then the interface is set to I. So I can't type because if I hit the I, it
Oh
just
yeah, you have to
closes.
change. Yeah, you have to change that. You can't have it that way. You can't use any other key. It could be home. It could be delete. It could be
I'm
anything
just gonna
else.
use backslash.
Yeah, I actually have mine set to. Well, I have different things set to different. Yeah, but anything that overlaps like that, gotta change it.
Yeah, it's a non-dedicated, not a server. He said that's why he couldn't find it.
Yeah, it's just a single player world.
Yeah. I don't know what information you want from this screen. Destroyer.
You said the IP is in there, and I never looked for that, but I don't know. Is it
I
in
don't know. I don't see anything that looks like an IP.
there? Oh, it might
There's
only
nothing
do that
there.
if you're on a
Yeah,
hosted server, maybe.
yeah.
I don't know.
It might do it if it was a actual server. Yeah, Destroyer says what he's looking for isn't on that screen. Yeah, it's when it's a server. So because it's not dedicated, it doesn't show the same way.
Yeah, I never, because I didn't even realize it was in there, but I'll remember that for if I, yeah, that's handy bit info. I
Alright.
don't usually use that interface. I type everything in because I've memorized most of the commands. So I don't even use that, but it's good for administration. If you're hosting a server and you do have a bunch of people on it, you can pull that up and you can see their player IDs and all that. Some you can
Mm-hmm.
enter commands to like whatever. You can teleport them to you. You can, you know.
Destroyer said they've been breeding Reapers. I don't think I've ever encountered a Reaper because I don't play on the maps where they spawn. Do I want to see one? I mean, I know what they look like because of the Dodo decks, but like, I've never interacted with one.
Oh, you can't breed Reapers, so he must be in private. You can use like the mutator to make them breedable on private. The SS mod has a mutator that allows you to grant a random sex to a dino.
Mm,
Or they both like certain dinos, like there's the griffins you can't breed, but you
right.
can with that mod you can make them breedable. But generally, you just go out in the wild and you trap them, and
Yeah,
then they
Destroyer
will
said they
impregnate.
use the propagator.
Yeah, that's S plus.
Like a
That's in
chupacabra.
this mod too, by the way.
To tame a Reaper, you must get a Reaper Queen to impregnate you. So it's like a xenomorph.
Yeah, it's an alien basically. You gotta beat the shit out of it. We usually trap them, and then you gotta beat the shit out of it till it's like I don't know what percentage of its health. It's got like below half. It's like 20% health or something. Then it will like it's gonna die. So then it will impregnate. It'll grab you with its tail, and it'll impregnate you. So
Hmm.
if it doesn't kill you, you can run around with that baby inside you, and you can gain experience. You run around killing stuff, and it gives you bonus levels. It shows an icon, and then once it goes ready to hatch, it counts down to how many ever hours. I can't remember now. You just go in, you put yourself in a little room or a box or something, and then
Mm-hmm.
it busts out of your chest,
Of
and you got to
course.
claim it while it's running around trying to kill your dinos and shit. It's entertaining.
Interesting. Okay.
But
Alright,
that's an
so,
evolution dino. It's on quite a few of the other maps though.
yeah.
It's on Genesis, Gen 2, and mainly it's from Aberration though. That's where we started doing all that.
Alright, let me open my friends. What's your, just put meat on your character so when it kills you, it can't run.
Yeah, it encumbers it. It will put its in. It'll collect your inventory, and then it encumbers it. Then you can just walk up to it and claim it. Because it's just like the alien from the movie. It's the same thing. It's the same deal. I usually put myself in a little steel box, and then I just claim it, grab it real quick.
Yeah. I'm showing stream my Steam friend code so that Destroyer can join us. Okay, let's see. Add a friend. Alright, I was on the right page. I gotta enter a friend code is 899 There we go. Invite sent. I should get a notification when a friend invite gets accepted, right?
Um, Yes.
Okay, I did have the otter on my.
Okay, we can just fly because if he comes in, he's just gonna get yoinked, and then we'll just grab him. If we're doing something, it's not gonna hurt because he doesn't have anything on him. It only
Yeah.
hurts you if
I
you
mean,
like get
that's.
killed with
Yeah.
gear on you.
How about I make a set of something for him? I don't have any metal here to make him flak.
Well, because we're on our way back over there. What were we gonna do first? Were we gonna? Oh, we were gonna grab beaver dams and then the obsidian. We can when we get over there. If he's with us, I'll pick him up and we'll just take him to the base and make some gear, and then we can head out from there.
Alrighty.
So we can make a pit stop there. It should work out good.
Alright. Not 100% sure where there might be beaver dams, so.
I'll show you the closest ones to here. They're right on the other side of this in that little cove. This is not this one right here, but the mountain that's on the other side of this here. This is where the cave is right here, the one that's right under us. But if you ever need crystal, this mountain right here is the closest one, and that cave that we were in also has crystal.
Right.
So that's the easiest ones to get to in the south. So right on the other side of this little hill, there's a little it transitions into the swamp biome,
Right.
and right there, there's a little a little area where the beavers
Like to spawn.
Yeah, there's like several places they show up over by the volcano. There's a little spot, and then over on the other end, you see where the redwoods goes way off to the right there.
Yeah.
Right on the tail end of there, there's another spawn for beaver dams too.
Crank up my gamma since it's nighttime.
I've got mine on hotkey, so I just tap it.
Yeah.
There's a little place called Hidden Lake that a lot of people like to build in when they play on the island, and that also spawns beaver dams too. Okay, let's see if we get lucky. There should be some down here. So this little spot right here.
Oh yeah, I see two of them.
One right there, yeah. Just be ready. They'll come after you. They hit pretty hard, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And they might. Oh, there's one. I was gonna say sometimes they're dead and they don't even mess with you, or if they're too far away. All right, I like to just kind of scope around because sometimes they put them like off to the side. Oh, yeah, here's another one right here.
Oh yeah, because it's on the land.
Yeah, they just sometimes they're hard to see because they're here. You got him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You want to grab that one? I'm gonna look in the water. Sometimes they're under the water. Always, to empty them, right? Don't. Yeah. Yeah, because they don't refill, so you might as well just dump them.
Mm-hmm.
All right, there's one right here if you want to watch my back.
I think you've got a piranha or some shit. You get the, Did you get the dam or?
No, I got it. I try to park the bird so that he's feeder in the
Hop back on
water,
it,
I can remount him, but that damn.
There's another dam in the water way over there. I'm in the
Okay,
water
just be
right now, so
careful.
you can
I've
watch.
got a pike, so I guess I could have killed it, but
No, yeah, I've been in the water for several seconds and not been attacked. There he is. There's a box in the water. You dropped something?
oh, I dropped the wood.
Oh, okay,
You can
that's fair.
grab it if you want, because you have the weights switched around. Normally, when you grab that wood, you become encumbered, so we normally
Yeah.
just dump the wood. But since the weight is all like scaled, you can grab it whatever you want. It's just a habit. It is good to grab those. You can get a shit ton of wood. There's another one right there.
Yeah, there's one right underneath me. If you want to do the hovering thing. Oh, you're getting attacked, aren't you? Yeah, a couple piranhas. Oh, why did stamina fly way off?
He was, I don't know, he might have been because he was on neutral. I usually put him on passive when I do that, so they stay put. If I get attacked in the water, they'll just stay
Mm-hmm.
right there waiting for me to jump back on. Okay, that's a little bit.
Did you get this? Get this down?
Oh, there's another one. No, I didn't get that one. I got that one. There was another one over there.
Here, you're more practiced at hovering the bird.
Just, yeah, just, uh, oh,
Oh,
is it
it's on
unfollow?
follow.
Okay. What I do is I try to get his feet in the water, and
Mm-hmm.
then that's easy for me to remount. Okay, that one just had wood in it. I don't see any more. Alrighty. I guess we got what we can. Let's. Do you want to grab the obsidian now? We'll grab some obsidian first before we. Or you got another one over here?
I was looking, but then I was sending a game invite to Destroyer.
Okay, yeah, usually there's about four in this area.
I mean, we did just get like 5, so.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm saying. I think we've cleared it. Let's go grab, we might as well go grab some obsidian, and then
Alright.
we can use the
Um,
CP and the obsidian to
I
make
should have the.
hard poly.
Yeah, I do have the inky. Okay. There you are. Okay.
Let me know if I get too far away from you. I'll stop where I'm at.
Now we're good.
We usually keep the Argent on passive. If he's up in the air, even if you get killed, when something attacks him, it usually knocks him further up in the air. So he's not going to die. He'll just stay there hovering.
Mm-hmm.
But it's easier because if he'll try to attack whatever's hitting you, and then you won't be able to get back on him as easily because he'll be flying.
Because
all
he'll
over
be circling.
Yeah. So if you plan on living, put him on passive. If you think you're going to die, then you can put him on neutral because then he can fight. If something jumps on him, he'll fight it and fly
Yeah.
away randomly. Okay, I'm going to stop on the tip of this mountain, and I think I'm going to switch over to my fur armor because once we get up here in the mountains, it's going to be cold.
I might be alright with my otter.
Oh, the melee stat is what increases the insulation on the otter.
Really? That is
Yep.
weird.
On most dinos, if they have a scaling like ability like that, it'll usually be their melee will be the one that affects it.
That is weird. Okay. And you need me to throw out the Anki, right?
I'm just gonna switch into my stuff real quick.
Oh, okay.
I didn't need to stop. I just wanted to catch up to you, and then we can just zip over to the
Alright.
This is the one I would go to. Now, all these have a little bit of obsidian on them, but the
Mm-hmm.
one that I'm going to take you to is the best one to go to if you want to make a push, meaning get as much as you can and then go back. The Blue Hobby has quite a bit. The Volcano does, but it's spread kind of around its mid
Mm-hmm.
area. It's in patches here, there. There'll be 5 or 6 here, and then so it's all kind of distributed. But this one is actually just a big clutch, kind
Mm-hmm.
of all together, which is what I like.
Is it worth going for that purple drop?
That's where we're going. It's going to be right there. So the green one I probably wouldn't, but the
Yeah.
purple one for sure. Yeah. That mountain right there is called the Frozen Tooth.
Oh, there
Um,
goes the.
yeah, it's okay. If we had a little faster bird, and the one above it, the ice one is called the Frozen Fang, and the one far to the right is called Far's Peak. And the
Oh,
obviously Blue Obby, and then the volcano. But if you ever like the the H key will bring up the HUD interface, and it
right.
will show you the name of the place you're at. And
Right.
when
So
you
like
play the
where
game,
we are right now is called the Maw.
yeah, it when you play the game, sometimes it is handy to know that because you can tell some, oh yeah, I'm over on Far's Peak, or I'm over on Carno Island, or I'm on wherever, I'm at
I
Blue
pretty much
Abbey.
only knew Carno Island and Herbivore Island, and then like
Yeah,
relation to the
yep.
obelisks, but I didn't know the nicknames for any of the other areas.
But this is also an awesome place to grab metal. As we're going, just kind of look down below us. And then crystal, metal, and obsidian this I think is probably the richest. The Blue Hobby has a shitload of metal too. That's also a great place to farm metal, and that one's actually close enough to your base to where it'd be worthwhile. Okay, you see all the little black rocks down there? Those are
Mm-hmm.
all. It's all obsidian. There's a decent amount clustered right here. And I don't. Did we grab this explorer note, or I don't
I
remember if we
think
went.
I don't remember.
I grabbed this, so I think we went over this the last time we came
Yeah,
through.
yeah, I've got it as well.
Okay, if you want, jump on the Anki, and I will see if I can pick you up, and we can just go to town. Because the Anklo will farm metal nodes, but he will not swing at others unless the metal node's right next to it. So they programmed him to swing at metal only.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Don't forget to whistle the other bird.
I'm gonna leave him right there.
Gonna leave him right there. Okay.
Yeah, I don't want him to follow me because he'll just run into me as I go. All right, you just swing the tail. I'm gonna try to get you right over these nodes, and we'll see what we can pick up here.
Yeah, the Anki's not the greatest with obsidian.
Now, throw off the stone. You don't have to worry about being encumbered. You won't be able to move if I drop you, but as long as the bird can carry you, it's fine. And then I'll transfer the obsidian into the bird because the bird does get halfway down
You
it.
dropped me.
No, yeah, if
Keep
I hit the
crashing into
ground,
these rocks.
it'll dismount. Oh, what the? Oh, that's a wild one. Oh my God, shoot over there. Yeah, if it touches the ground, it'll dismount you from the claws. Okay, so I'll try to stay up as high as I can. Oh, 1 second. Close my mind. Okay, this is how we used to do it forever and ever. And now the Anklo actually will swing his own tail if you just carry him. but he only will swing at metal. How are we doing? Are we getting a decent amount, or is it pretty sparse?
I've got 527 obsidian.
Okay, so divide that in half, and that's how much hard polymer you can make. All right, I don't. We probably don't need like a massive pull, but I just wanted to go through this with you and just kind of show you.
Alright.
Um, Obviously, you're gonna have to do this manually, but he will collect some of this because he will swing at those nodes that are right next to the obsidian. He'll get it by default. And if he's okay to carry, I mean, I'm okay to carry a little bit of metal. So if you want to grab the metal too, we usually just dump stone because stone usually ends up being the thing that encumbers us. We keep the metal on the Yankee and fly him back, but crystal, obsidian, anything that gets half weight on the argent, you switch over to the argent.
Mm-hmm.
So just take the shit that's too heavy and dump it on the bird, and then always leave the metal on the ankle because he gets quarter weight. So
Mm-hmm.
you're gonna get a better value on that. And these are the rich metal nodes, so they give quite a
Mm-hmm.
bit more. Okay, and that's about half of it. But let me get this little bit here. You can go all the way down, and then you can go down the sides too. There's a
Mm-hmm.
lot more. But I wanted to just do a quick poll. But I find this is probably the most efficient. Here, I'll grab you and bring you back to the bird.
Just
You
dropped
don't,
almost 2,000 stone.
you don't normally. Yeah, you do this with the Dodicurus too. You don't normally want your flyer to follow you unless you're worried about its safety, because
Right.
it will get in your way. Is basically what it'll do. So I always park it someplace safe or pot it, and then okay. So you can either, if you want to carry the Yankee, or if you, I'll carry it. Doesn't matter. We'll just sit back to the branch.
Here, I'll grab the
Do you have
obsidian.
Do you have better Do you have better carry weight on that bird or this one?
This bird, I'm quite sure. I
Okay.
mean, how much do you got?
Let me look.
What's your
I've
total?
got 900 on this bird.
This one's got 1,200.
Okay, that's definitely better. You can carry that ankle without transferring it, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So if it can handle, I only switch it if it's too much, right?
Right.
But you want it. Say you get a bunch of crystal and you'd be like, man, I really need this crystal. So that's when you want to pull it over the bird.
Mm-hmm.
And when we get a chance, well, I'll show you another trick about the Doedicurus. The one thing that people don't realize, like a lot of things about the game people don't pay attention to. One of the real subtle things, it's kind of like you would never. I played for a long time and never even crossed my mind. But the Anklo and the Doedicurus have absurdly high oxygen for some reason, and
Hmm.
I never made the connection. But the oxygen is tied to swimming speed. He's
Oh,
actually faster in the water than he is on land,
that's
which
hilarious.
is stupid, but it's true. So if you can find a place that has like a lot of stone in the water, you can
Mm-hmm.
zip around, and his tail animation is faster. So you can zip around like a fucking skidoo and just get like 3,000 stone in just like 2 or 3 minutes. And but there's the only problem is there's not very many spots where you can do that. There is one that's on the way back that I'll show you.
I know that, like, as far as getting metal goes, the river rocks are second best to the rich ore deposits. So like
Yeah,
when I
if you have
when
to
I first
early game,
started, I
yeah.
was using the river rocks, yeah.
Let me see what level is our Dodicurus, by the way?
Let me look. 63. Not great.
Okay, well, that's
What's
not
that
too
one?
bad. That's a 36. I just wanted to keep an eye out because it is worth it to get really good stats on your Dodicarus. I usually try to get one that's like as close to 150, 140, 145
Mm-hmm.
uh, unofficial, and then I can because he'll easily get like 1,200 carry weight. He can carry around 6,000 stone easily. With your settings, I don't. It doesn't. Maybe it doesn't matter because you've got the weight distribution down,
Yeah.
so that he might be able to get 30,000 now with that setup. But it is something to bear in mind. You know that, and that's what when you play on different servers, you have to adjust mentally to how you approach the game. Everything's different. You might do something a completely different way on a different server type because of the S plus mods in there.
Mm-hmm. All right. Are you grabbing it? You want me to?
I'll grab it real quick. I'll just see
Yeah,
what's in
because
here.
I'm holding the Anki.
Oh, a journeyman crossbow and a it was journeyman manta saddle, which is, I don't take
Interesting.
mantis, so. But the crossbow's nice. Let me see. It's got like 160%, so that'll be handy. That was something I would just use for taming. Okay, right down here, this is like kind of going out. This river goes out to right next to your base. Um, the waterfalls drop into your base area.
Mm-hmm.
But this little spot right here, now there's a lot of alphas and there's a lot of shit at theories and origins, X's and stuff. But this little spot right here below the waterfall is really rich in rock, and I can usually make two good rock runs with my Doedicurus here. Just jump him in the water. Obviously, you're gonna want to be careful, but there's a shitload of rock right here that you can swim in.
I see.
Uh,
I see. Yeah.
but when you'll have to try. The Anklo is also faster in the water, and his animation is faster too. So
There's
both of
some
them benefit from that.
terror
So if you
birds
need
on
to
the
go
bank.
and just get a whole bunch of that's spinal. If you need to get like a whole bunch of flint real quick, and you don't have a grinder or anything else, that's a good way to do it.
It's
It's
only a
all
level 20.
crap. But this is where I usually come up to look for Argents or Rexes. Sometimes high level Rexes will be up here. Alphas spawn up here around this river. It's a good spot to level up.
All right.
But usually when I come to the island and I play up here, I build on the volcano there. I build on the shoulder of it
Oh
because it's
shit!
got
I'm
a
out of
good view.
stamina.
Well, let me come back to you. I'll grab the Anki and you can just chill. You should be
I'm
okay.
slowly descending into the trees.
Well, he won't. You have parachute, right? Worst
Yeah.
case, jump off and pop your parachute. Um, Drop the Yankee. I'll pick him up. Oh shit! That fucking Spino just launched himself over here at us. Wow, that was. I thought he was coming for us.
Holy shit! He is. He is. He is. He is.
Okay, they don't have much health. Don't worry about it. They're scary looking, but they unless it's like a 150, it's not going to do anything to you.
Okay. I
They
am.
hit fairly hard, but they have no health at all. So as long as you can fight it, you can kill it, and they'll run away from it.
Yeah. Go ahead and kill it.
Just that hit you did, that 2 hits, almost killed it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the one thing about Spinos. They're really not very good unless you can breed them and shit, because their stats are terrible. I was like, what the fuck? He come launching. Oh fuck. He come launching off that waterfall at us like a missile. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. He must have saw us and aggroed onto us.
Yeah. I
But yeah,
think I flew a little too close to him.
this is a good spot to get like prime fish meat too. If you have a metal sickle, you can farm prime fish meat with it.
Okay.
Those saber-tooth salmon will give
Mm-hmm.
you prime fish meat. Like
I
if you're ever
didn't know that.
trying to do a water tame or something like that. It's one weird thing. There's a lot of weird things in this game. That's one of them. The more you know. That's why I mean you got like everybody's like, oh, I want to do the I want to do the storyline for the game. I'm like, the storyline can last for like 4 years if you want to go through it that way. Don't worry about that. Just there I go.
Yeah. You
I
froze.
froze up there for a second. Yeah. And that waterfall just comes right out by your base here. So.
Yeah, I see.
And this is not a terrible spot either. I usually go in more into the trees, but I usually build a perimeter wall around my base so I don't have to worry about getting
Yeah, see, I don't build
wild shit.
perimeter walls, so I like having sight lines.
That's just a habit. I played PvP for a long time. I always have a wall. I always put all my dinos inside my base too, so I build a massive base.
Can I get the
Okay.
metal off
Well,
the
do the
inky?
transfer
Okay.
thing. If you want to use that, try using it. You really love it once you get handy with it. I just go into the inventory you want to pull into and then just pull it right out of the Yankee. Normally, I would just chuck it out, and I have a whip. A whip is like it's like an extension for your hand, and you can just slap up like a massive pile, and it'll encumber you just like a dedicated storage. You can pick up like 100,000 metal until you're slot capped with a whip. Um, but that's a scorched earth thing, Grandma. You can't get it over here.
Okay,
But yeah,
I need
I'll
to
get
make.
the. You want to try to make the cooker?
Yeah, I need 218 polymer.
Let me. Well, let's go get. Why don't we save? I mean, you
285,
can make
sorry.
some. You can make some if you want, obviously. But why don't we? Why don't we go grab some poly?
Right, let's do that. Okay. Yeah,
But yeah,
let's.
this hard poly is always good for like. You always want to have that on hand if you need it to make something, and you don't want to have to fuck around. You just. But also grinders. Grinders are a part of that equation too. At some point, if you ever get like gotchas drop like so much crap.
Gotchas aren't
Uh,
on this map, though, are they?
No, not on this map. But if you go to like a cluster where you start going unofficial, where you can jump around and grab shit,
Mm-hmm.
gotchas drop like riot gear and shotguns and stuff, which all requires polymer. So you can take it, 'cause you'll get so much that you won't be able to use it. Throw it in the grinder. What I like to use is like shock rods. When you kill mantises, like on Scorched Earth, they drop shock rods, and you can throw them in there. They give you tons of polymer and electronics and stuff. So there's a lot of things you can, but it's some of that stuff is like later on down the road. You don't have access to that right away in the early parts of the game unless you're like hardcore and you're just like going straight to the end game
Okay.
stuff.
Just double checking that all of my babies were on the feeding trough now. And they are.
Everybody okay?
Yep, everybody's on the feeding trough. Nobody died. We're good. Okay.
Now this at this point, if oh yeah, don't put that much gas in there. At this point, if destroyer's here, we should saddle him up and get him some gear.
Um,
Figure like a
they're
full
having technical difficulties.
if the stacking was on normal, we didn't have like the stack mod turned on. The forge normally holds 100 slots and it has 300 in each ones, which if
It
you do the
it
math,
says that
that's
he's in.
3,000. But he's not. Is he not connecting?
He's not connecting. It's in connected players, but he's stuck in a white screen. He's got
He's
8 levels somehow, but he's stuck in a white screen.
he might be glitched and he's in the game but not. I don't see him. Look around and see if you see him. Can he see anything? He just has a
He
screen.
just has a white. He just says I'm in a white screen. Oh, okay. He's in He just chatted on He just chatted. Okay, now we gotta find him.
Yeah, he'll be here next to us. What I was gonna say,
I mean, can't he spawn anywhere in within range of us?
yeah, but it should be right next to us. And if he knows the map, he can walk
Yeah.
right to us. It's like he's probably like standing 10 feet away, and we just don't see him.
Yep, there he is.
Okay, I was gonna mention actually, you see how you got the metal industrial forge? You see how you have 1,000 gas in there?
Uh huh.
Just 30,000 gas is normally what it holds on official. That's without the mod. So you can make 30,000 you can burn down 30,000 metal with nine gas. So just put in like 4 or 5 gas and then turn it on. That way you don't have to worry about it. And that way you won't waste your gas because it'll stay running as long as there's fuel in it.
Yeah.
So I would take the gas out of there, put it in the smithy or something, and then just drop like 5 stack in there and let it roll.
Maybe in a bit. Okay.
Because yeah, you're gonna want to be really efficient at metal because metal production is like a huge part of the game. So that's one of the reasons why when we choose our base location, we always try to find a place that's approximate to metal, right? That's like the most
Mhm.
important thing. And then obsidian and crystal and all that is important. Depends on what you're playing at PvE or PvP. With PvP, it's more important to have crystal and obsidian at early game as well. But I don't play that anymore. I haven't played that for like 2 years, 2.5 years. So all right, if we can make him a set of fur armor,
Mhm.
I don't know what level. He's probably still low. He's not going to have the Ingrams. Make him a set of flak and fur if you can,
Yeah.
actually, so he'll have that.
I
And
just
then,
gotta double check if they're both made in the. Okay, flak is made on the smithy. Pelt is made in the inventory, isn't it?
no, they
No,
both.
is it?
Anything that requires metal is going to be a smithy item.
Okay. Okay. I just had it
Just
by the wrong name. Okay.
the only one that's there's three. All the early ones up to Gilly can be made in the inventory. After that, everything is smithy or fabricator. Fabricators for riot gear and desert, like desert armor, can be made in the smithy. That's something you don't. That doesn't matter because that stuff's garbage anyway. But Gilly is always unlock Gilly because in the early game where you're living, that part of the map is hot. You should always wear Gilly. It's the best armor you can wear there, and it reduces your aggro radius to wild dinos too, so it can save you. But there's the little Hesperornis, the little wood duck.
Mhm.
That guy is spawns down there in that area, and he is a source of polymer. So
Yeah,
you can
I've
actually go
killed
in,
lots of Hesperornis.
right, and that's an easy way to make a whole set of ghillie, right? So if you're just keep that in mind if you're down there, you see one of them, hey, bam, that's my ghillie outfit right there. Otherwise, you got to go way up north to the Caribou, and you've got to club them guys down. And it's nice if you have like a chainsaw, because the chainsaw actually gets probably the most yield. But if you don't, what I like to use is a mantis, but we don't have access to that. Or the second best, I think, is the moss chops is pretty good. He's not bad.
Where did Destroyer go?
He's probably trying to get an explorer node or something, because that's what you usually do when you join the island servers. You immediately do an explorer node run,
Mhm.
and then you get a bunch of levels. Because that way you can get to. Remember we talked about you can get to like levels 85 in like 10 minutes or something. Uh, so most people, when they know that, they'll do that right away.
Yeah.
But he can't go that far, so he probably cannot get at explorer nodes. Or at least
Oh.
there's only a few, and there's only a few that are near us. There's a tech node up on that hill, and there's one below it, and there are a couple around us. They're all over the map though. But we're gonna go get some Caribou
Got your
destroyer.
laptop fans on?
Say it again.
I
Sorry.
do have my laptop fans on. Oh, they started their own tribe. They can't access any of my own shit.
Oh, he's not in the tribe. You got to invite him. Yeah, it's okay. He can. He has to get it. You have to invite him in.
They have to hold still first.
Okay, now you can get. I was wondering, get some gear on too. Yeah, I didn't even realize he wasn't in the tribe. Okay, so if he's got fur armor, he should be safe to get over there until dark. And once dark, then he won't be able to stay warm enough with that. So we need to try to do this before the dark hits. Um, and you can either. Do you have a spare bird, or do we have?
I've got a couple
Three?
birds. I don't know if any of them have a saddle.
We didn't we pull back, or did we leave all that at the other base? Did we leave all that chitin and keratin at the other base?
No, it's all here.
Oh, you brought over. He brought. Oh, you brought over a tune. Okay. I forgot. You can transfer your characters in.
Yeah.
What are you there? Okay, he's 130. Yeah, you'd be fine. He's probably got fortitude and stuff on that and health.
That
Okay,
one
well,
does have a saddle. Nice. Okay.
grab that the pink one. Damn, that's pink. Wow, it's pretty though. Magenta is what that is. Magenta with pink tips. All right, we got the moss chops. Let's go. Yeah, I figured
Yeah,
that's
Moss Chops is.
female.
Let me just triple check that the Moss Chops is on. Yep, I've got the Moss Chops cryopod. Okay.
Okay, and we got about 400 meters that we can stretch. I think it's like 370, so just be careful. All
Yeah.
right. All right, I'm just gonna go to the Caribou Island real quick. We'll try to do it before it gets dark, because it will start to kill us the cold.
Yeah.
You'll probably
I'll
be
be
okay.
okay because I've got the otter. You said that the otter's ability to keep you warm is with it
I
levels
didn't
with the
bring
melee,
one.
right?
I didn't even bring one over. I made this character on. I did it this. I always make a brand new one usually. I have like 12 characters in single player, but I only use them for like messing around and testing stuff and all that. I do breeding cycles and things like that to try out different things, mutations and stuff. I'm sorry, would you say again, Harry? Sorry.
The otter's ability to keep you warm scales with melee, you said?
Yes, incrementally. It's small, but if you pump it along enough, you will see quite a significant amount of difference. Most dinosaurs that have like a trait that affects you that way is linked to melee.
That's
Not
weird.
all, but most. I can't think of. There are some that aren't, but I can't think of them offhand. That's why when you get a higher level one, it's going to be better already because it's going to have a higher melee stat, right?
Right.
Um, in the
This otter
same,
was only level 8 when I tamed it.
so this little island right here, this is like this is my go-to spot for the Caribou because this has usually got a bunch of them in one spot. But what I would do here, I'll show you kind of how I do this.
I think I lost you.
Oh, to your hard left, hard
Hard
left.
left. Hard left. I was trying to keep an eye on where Destroyer was, too.
I don't think we can lose him with that pink bird.
Okay, so we just land, throw out the moss traps, and then just slaughter penguins, right?
Well, the key to it is we got to use attack target. I don't know if you've used that before, but it's the colon. I believe it's the colon or the period, one of them. So you got to kill it yourself, but not harvest it, and then he has to harvest it. Otherwise,
Interesting.
you don't get the bonus amount. If you get on him and harvest it, it won't be as good. So what I like to do is I pick them up, I kill them, drop them into a big pile. Just stay high enough so that you don't accidentally, because the argent will consume them and he gets a horrible quantity. So just grab them with the bird, go up high, make a little pile, and just drop all the corpses in the pile, and then whistle him to attack target, and he'll just clean up the whole thing. Beats seal clubbing, but if you've got a if you got a mantis, I always use a mantis when I do this because the mantis can hold the clubs, so he gets the same buff, that
Mm-hmm.
bonus harvest. And you can just go. I take the swords out and just carve up the whole pile, and then just whip out the swords, and I can clear this whole thing in like 30 seconds. But that's we'll most people don't like the mantis, but I love them because you can carry them around with you, and you can build traps, and they can carry any tool you can carry. So they
Mm.
just are better at it. They're faster and better at it. I make like dino traps on the fly and stuff like that. But they are kind of weak, so they do they don't have a hell of a lot of health unless you breed them. But they do do high damage. They're good for that. And they can carry swords. You put an ascendant sword in his hand, and he can do almost 1,000 damage if he's got enough melee. Right? Is he doing the? Oh, I didn't. Is he doing the cleanup for us?
Yeah. He's
Okay,
been.
yeah. See, and if you drop it right by him, he'll automatically just go to it.
Yeah, he's
Because
got
he's
over
on
300.
attack.
He's got over 300 polymer on him.
Yeah, see, that's not too bad. And he's not even really that high. His melee is only about half.
Yeah, his
If you
melee
see,
damage
if
is
you read,
at 4e8.
but this is better than trying to do it with a club because the club, unless you have a really good one, they
Mm-hmm.
break really fast, and it's just kind of annoying. And it does take a lot longer. This guy can farm it pretty quick. But the one thing about these are a passive flee. So
Right.
this dinosaur, if anything attacks you, it will immediately start running away.
Yeah.
Now, if you put it on passive, it will
He's
just stay
he is
there.
on passive.
Yeah. So just like always keep him on passive because if he's on aggressive, as soon as he goes into an aggression state, he runs away. It's kind of just a weird thing. But always passive, and then when you tell him to attack target, that's the only time you're switching him over, and
Yeah.
he will farm up the corpses for you that way. Okay, that's all that really is to that.
Okay, there's more Karaku on another island though, aren't there?
On the back of this, if we want to go, there's some over in the back here. I would go over. I would. I mean, you can. They're all over these islands, but this is like the densest one, I think. So I would probably say if you got enough to do what you need to do, let's farm this back part, and then we'll just
Yeah.
haul ass back to the base. This is, I think, is the most dense area. They are all around like you see where the winter biome goes around the map. They're on that whole area. They're sparsely populated all around there. So
This is actually really fun. Grab a penguin, fly toward the moss trap, kill the penguin.
now the only other thing I would say, if you don't have a mantis, is the chainsaw is actually pretty good. If you don't have another way of doing it, like if you don't want to do
I grabbed you off the bird. I'm so sorry.
yeah, if you don't have if you don't have the time to fuck with it like a dinosaur, or you want to just do it manually, then you can use a chainsaw. It also is pretty good. All
I
right,
think that's all of them.
grab the goodies. And if you do, you need any oil while we're here?
Um, I've got I think a few thousand.
Okay, yeah. If you need it, I grab it while I'm here, and if not, then don't worry about it. All right, I just bought him up, and yeah, there you go. How much did we end up with? About 600. Usually it's
I'm
about
about
what
to
I
check. I've got 776.
Okay, that's good because you got the resources up just a hair. Uh, we already grabbed that note, I guess. That explorer note.
This one over here? I don't.
There's one on the front, I think.
Yeah, I did grab the one on the front.
Okay.
Destroyer pointed it out.
All right.
I do
Now,
not know where Destroyer
if you
went.
can, it's better to get out of this zone while it turns dark. You don't have to, but it's not the best place in the world to be. There is a cave over towards where the explorer is going there.
Mm-hmm.
Destroyer. That's the cave. The artifact of the Skylord is over there in that cave. I don't recommend going in there until you've
What
got
the fuck I'm doing?
Yeah, it's a cave you have to go in on foot, so you got to go in with like a shotgun and some flak, and there's a lot of nasty shit in there.
Destroyer, where are you going?
I don't. You might be going after a node,
Yeah.
but this is a good area to look for megatheriums or Tyrannuses or whatever. This is the spot. This is where I usually go to get my mammoth in this area. And did we ever get a mammoth? I guess we didn't.
No. No, I do not.
We can do that at some point. Do you want to do that now?
Grab a mammoth?
Yeah, I
Sure.
mean, if we can find a good one. The reason I say now is because we can just leave it here, right? We just wrap it in spikes and then leave it here, and then we can come back for it later. We don't have to babysit it, but if we can knock it, because the mammoths actually are really easy to knock out. They just and they have a really good torpor. Usually, once you knock one out, you don't have to drop narcotics on it.
Oh, Destroyer wanted to go up to the obelisk. No,
Can you reach there from here?
I'm not sure. Said there's a drop. I'm not sure how far behind you are though.
But if we do knock out a mammoth, well, shit, there's argents everywhere, and that's the only bad thing. There's a note right here, right here under me. You see these little
Okay,
runs
I can see you. I cannot see the ruins underneath you.
right in front of me. You see those two mammoths down there? Right in those trees, there's a note down there. Well, there's a 96. That's not terrible. Oh, he's surrounded by Argentavis.
96 has really bright pink tusks too.
That's a decent level for a mammoth, you know. I always get the best one I can, but in early game, if I don't have one, I just grab the best one I can find. It's decent level. That's one thing. Mammoths and Ankies, and that's one thing they have in common. Even a low level one is
I'm
good.
sorry. Did you just okay? What is it the Destroyer just pulled through? Cause that ain't something that I've ever seen on this map. You see it, right?
No.
Look up at the obelisk. I've got a void worm. That's level almost 2300.
Yeah, you've got character transfers are turned on.
Should
Yeah,
I
that
not
means.
have it?
Well, I mean, that just means anybody can bring anything they want. They can bring their character, their dinos, or anything.
So I should have it turned off so that they can't do that if they're not in the tribe, right?
Well, I mean, it's not like I would probably. I mean, it's up to you. But the thing about it is, if somebody wants to come in and troll you, they can bring in some 10,000 level fucking dragon and
Yeah.
hold your whole base or something if they wanted to be a jerk, you know. So it's one
Okay.
of those things. But every server has that. There's three settings. There's characters can transfer, there's items can transfer, and then there's dinos. And you can make it so you can bring your character but not your items. And to be honest, I had trouble. Most people are really good about it, but I had somebody come over to one of my servers one time, and they brought like this god tier flak and shotguns that did like 1,200 damage a hit.
Damn.
It was like I was like, okay, we got to put a stop to this because they could just fuck everybody over with that kind of stuff. So that's the one thing you want to think about, because you can basically go into single player where you can spawn in anything, right?
Right.
And just bring any. You can, if you know the code, you can just spawn in whatever you want and just port it over just like that. So it's something to think about.
If I turned it off so that people can't pull stuff from their own servers, will they be able to pull it back? Like I don't want to trap his
Like,
void worm here.
well, he has to take it out first. Once it's off, I don't think you can. I'm not entirely sure how that works, but be careful, because I mean, it's if it's something he's breeding on another server, then you don't want to lose it. But if you can upload it or whatever if you want. But you can do that too. You have the same power to do that. Any admin can do that, but you just have to know the spawn codes, to do any of that.
Which I do not, because I do not use the cheats.
Well, they're pretty easy to get a hold of. If you use the Dodo Dex, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Dodo Dex has a admin command like search string. You can search in there and it'll
Yeah.
show all of them. But when you're doing server administration, you do need to know like some of that stuff, like how to do certain things, right? Like you can reclaim a tribe if somebody gets kicked out of their tribe. You can reclaim the structures. There's a lot of things you can do. But in this situation, I don't know that you need any of that. You want to try to knock this?
Yeah, I'm gonna kill the smaller one.
Well, to be honest, since we already have a void worm, you might as well just have him carry it back to the. Or wait, they can't pick up mammoths,
I
can
have
they?
no idea.
I think only Quetzals can. I don't think it. Careful.
Okay, I got the low level mammoth killed. Do not kill the other one. We want to tame this other one. Oh, watch out, there's a Daedon.
The wyvern can't pick up the mammoth. I forgot. It's only Quetzal can pick it up. It's a different size. Okay, let's see. Go ahead and you got the you got your long neck on you. Find a safe spot and lay this guy down. And I'm gonna make some. Just make sure he can't hit you. They don't take much. I'm gonna make some spike walls real quick, and we'll just leave him out here. And while we do something else, he can tame up. Yeah, but he's not. He's probably gonna take a little longer than we are gonna be over here. So I'll just I don't know, what is the taming at, Aaron? Is it at like 4
Taming
times?
speed is at 3x.
Okay, yeah, so he won't take very long. He might take 30 minutes, 20, 30 minutes.
Okay, I don't... Oh shit, those are bullocks, not tranks. Oh fuck!
Oh my god. Well,
Look at me. I'm being such a dumbass. Oh my god.
hell, we can look for another one. I'm like, what the hell? I just looked over there. I was like,
I pushed the wrong button. They're right next to each other on my hotbar, and I pushed 4 instead of 3.
I do that with my crossbow sometimes. I'm like, why is this bird taking so much damage? You know?
Alright.
That's okay. He's probably too low. That's one reason I love snow owls. When I fly around, I carry a snow owl with me, and if I ever see something I want to tame that's hurt, I just heal it really quick, and then I can knock it out. It's really good for like doedicurises and things that you can't tame if they get hurt because he balls up, and then you can't. It's really hard to knock him out without killing him. But I use it for Rexes, anything that I want to heal. I've never used it on a Giga because Gigas have so much health they never get close to dying usually. Well, let's see if we can find another. There's got to be another one over here. So do you have both of your long necks on your hotbar?
Yeah.
Okay, that's why. Okay. See, I always manually switch mine, and that's the part I hate is having to.
See, I'm very slow about manually switching, so that's why I have them both on my hotbar. Alright,
Well, let's see if we can find another one. Let's just look
Yeah.
around. This is a good spot. It doesn't have to be real high level. Even honestly, even like something over 60 would be fine. Because really, you just want the wood harvesting and the weight reduction they give you.
Oh shit. Wait, Destroyer, are you... Oh my goodness. He's glitched. He's flying by himself.
All right, I can see the wyvern. I can't. Oh yeah, I did see him. Yeah, he's going.
No,
so
yeah,
fast,
he's
hard to see.
literally...
Oh hey, look up there. What level is that?
Which one's over there?
There's a pink megatherium, but it's like garbage. It's 16.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if we can bag one real quick. I'm just kind of looking at megatheriums as we go. That's a 36. I think that's the same one that was there last time we played. Okay, let's see if we can get one. Is that a good one? Probably gonna have to save it because it's. It's just a level 12. Let's check out on the beach here, because there's usually a couple out here that the only thing we got to worry about is dire wolves killing it or UDs. There's a UD down
The
here.
8 on sometimes. What level is that
Yeah,
UD?
Gaydon's actually worse because they have this
40.
massive health. We could just. Where's that 40 at? That's high enough for a starter
The
mammoth.
Ford, I mean,
Oh, there's
no,
76 right here.
there's a
Right under.
76 mammoth.
Right here
This one
underneath
right there.
me.
Alright, yeah. She's a fairly pretty gray, too.
Okay, before we do anything, let's kill everything that's around us. Even the
Even the
Megatherium, if
Megatherium.
it's not a good level. Is it a good level?
It was a level 8.
No, that's garbage. Yeah, because even like friendly dinos, even though they won't attack it, what tends to happen is an aggro dino will go off after that one, and then that one will go into your tame. So just kill everything that's nearby.
There's a
Okay.
level 4 mammoth up in the trees over here. Too bad, it was a pretty color.
And then another thing I try to think about is when you start shooting it, it's going to move towards you. So try to position yourself that you're in a place where you're pulling him into a better area for you to tame, if possible. And then obviously once he gets torped up, he's going to start running away. But like if you can see a better clear spot to pull him, start shooting from there and pull
From
him into
there,
that.
yeah.
Now, normally this is why you want a Quetzal, because a Quetzal is fucking awesome for this type of shit. You could just bag his ass and just drag him back to your base. Or you can, a Wyvern's big enough to glitch him into its wing.
Okay, I don't
Oops.
think there's anything else really within range. Oh, there's a Calicotherium.
Okay,
Oh, there's a
there he
saber over
is.
here.
Okay, I'm gonna throw the spikes around him. If you can grab some Mijo berries,
Crops are
just throw
actually
'em on him.
better, but I don't.
I wouldn't worry. Yeah,
I don't
don't
know
worry
if I
about
can. I
crops.
can't get to the. I can't get to the base without.
Well, on 3 times, the difference is so marginal in bonus taming.
That's true. What level is this mammoth?
I thought it was a 76.
Yeah. Should take 67 Mijo berries.
Yeah, so like take 100 and just chuck it on them. If you want, use the moss chops. I've got the theory on me too. If you want to just farm them, that's why I always carry a berry farmer on me. So if I do want to tame something, I could just grab a big shitload of berries right there.
Yeah, I'll just use the moss drops. Can the moss drops harvest berries?
Yeah, should be able to.
I'm right clicking, middle clicking, left clicking. He's not attacking these bushes in any way.
Yeah, maybe he's glitched.
Destroyer is doing something with the bushes.
Oh no, I think a bird hit my window. Oh no.
Like IRL?
Yeah, I just heard a thump. Oh no.
Interesting.
I got the theory. I'll grab. Yeah. Oh, just make sure these Argents don't get, because they will fuck with that mammoth. Oh,
why do I have
phone.
combat music?
Okay.
Why do I have
So what
combat
normally
music?
you want to do is if you're, man, this thing's low. If you're doing this, you want to get the spikes on them as fast as you can, and then you just drop the food in and get the hell out of there, because the game goes into stasis when you're out of render.
Mm-hmm.
And so he actually is safer if you're outside of his render. Because when you're there, remember we talked about this before. If you're
But
there,
if you're
dinos are
there,
gonna,
the
move
dinos
toward
will
you.
move towards you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so how many berries do we have on the mammoth so far?
Oh my lord, this thing's farming terrible. I got a few on the theory here. Let me level this guy up a little bit.
Oh yeah, level them as much as you. I think. No, yeah, they have the theory has harvesting levels available. I'm gonna go.
If you want, go ahead and put him in the power harvesting, or I'll put him in power. Go grab the berries that are on him.
I grabbed the
Yeah.
measure
Okay.
berries.
Always grab the narcotics and then throw them in there as well. That way, if for any reason you need to keep him out, you can just spam them. Let me see. Yeah, theories are really OP, especially if you can breed them and stuff. They kind of suck in the beginning because their carry weight is really bad, but they're actually one of the best wood harvesting dinos in the game. It's just they can't carry anything. But once you start breeding them, you get one that's like 1,200 carry weight or something like that, and they're great for a pocket dino
Mm.
for taming and stuff because they can also fight really well. So you can defend your tame while you're building a little fort around it or something. But obviously, you normally want to, if you can, always bring your tame back to your base if you can. I wouldn't have thought of that because normally you don't have wyverns, right?
Yeah.
But a lot of maps do have wyverns now.
Mhm.
But the mammoth is just one of the dinos, like that can't be picked up by a wyvern. It's just a threshold there where they only let Quetzals pick up certain dinos, like Rexes can't be
Mhm.
picked up. But a mammoth can, which is really strange because the mammoth is huge. But yeah, and I usually carry a giga, but for like taming, I carry one of my berry dinos. Usually I'll carry a mantis, a snow owl, a rex, maybe a giga, and then I might have a therizino or a megatherium. I carry that around me a lot. Then if I need to grab berries or do something, I can just scoop up a couple hundred berries and I even tame gigas on the fly sometimes, just using my berry dinos because you, you can get like 3,000 narco berries and just that's enough to tame a high level giga. 3,000 narcos, and I can do that without having anything on me at all, as long as I have something to knock it out with. Yeah, well you can't pokeball a strider though, unless they have a mod for that. That would
Probably.
be OP if you could do that. That would be awesome. You haven't seen a text strider, have you? Ashley?
Yes, just not on this server. I saw one. I was on a PVE server, and somebody had a
Well, that's a
strider.
new dinosaur for harvesting everything. Basically, it just
Mhm.
doesn't. Um, it's not as good as efficiency as at wood and stuff, but it's so much easier to use that it doesn't matter. Just
Mhm.
plus if you're in the tech tier and you can't pokeball them, but there might be a mod that allows that. But you can teleport them across the map, and they can link to whatever dedicated storage you have, and it doesn't matter how far you are away on the map. It'll send it back to your dedicated storage. So it's really nice. Um, yeah. Does that allows potting of? I didn't even realize that you can pot them. That's awesome. I really wish they made. It's kind of busted because the dino's so OP, but it sucks because like you can get them stuck sometimes, and it's like almost impossible to get them out. All right. It's nice that because you can't pot them on official, which I guess they figured that's too busted. Okay, if you want, I'll put the I'll close the fence up and we can just get the hell out of here and you can come back
Sure.
and grab him. Because he's probably going to be a half hour, I'd say, maybe. Uh, Look at the fence, make sure I didn't leave any big gaps anywhere.
No, the biggest gap is where Destroyer is floating.
That's so you can get out. I'm gonna have to put one over there.
You just locked Destroyer in there.
He can
Well,
fly.
he can fly, that's true.
That's why I left. I was like, he can fly. He's all right. There's another dino that we have. Sonoma crops. That's a Lost Island dino.
Mm-hmm.
That's another awesome dino. The Fjord Hawk. It's a shoulder pet that allows. It's a glider basically. You can put on your back. He eats a chitin, and yeah. In most people that play PvE are they go straight into tech and they have the tech suit. And as
Right.
long as you have an element, you can fly around with the tech suit, which is awesome. Actually, that's another reason why I like to encourage people to do the bosses because having access to the tech is really life changing. Just even the tech, even the replicators, so you can make cryopods, small things like that. I think with S plus you can make the cryo fridge inside the S plus crafting station, and I think you can make a replicator too inside of there. So there are some really cool things about it. Normally you have to go to like an obelisk to make an official. You have to go like an obelisk to make it. You have to take all the shit over there and put it in the terminal. Yeah. Well, but yeah, we could have if we had the saddle. We should have brought the Quetzal. We could have brought that damn thing right
Yeah,
back to
I'll
the base.
I
Um,
think I'm gonna check and see if I can make it.
what we could also if you can't make the platform, I think that's level 96. You could actually just carry the mammoth and hang it over your base, and you can tranquilize it. And then once it's unconscious, it'll just fall out of your hands and drop to the ground. It's beautiful.
Alright, I am currently crafting the platform saddle.
Yeah, the platform's great. They're not like a lot of people don't use them anymore because the Quetzal's really slow. But I like to take at sometimes in the early game, I like to take my Quetzal and I would go to the redwoods and I would just take my dire bear out, put it on the back, and you can scoop. He gets like 15 hunting in one shot with a swipe. And I would just fly through there with my Quetzal on the back with the dire bear.
Alright, he's got a platform
All
saddle.
right, he's with flyer speed on, he's not too bad, but they are very slow if they don't have move speed. But yeah, he could have picked that mammoth up for us and brought him. I totally forgot you had that. Okay, what were we doing? Oh, can you make the cooker?
Right,
See if you can make that, because if you can, I'd like to make some med brews, and then we can go over and do the lava cave. And we got the megatheriums, so we can go right through there with the megatheriums. You're just gonna make a cooker. Oh, water lines too. I guess I gotta make some water pipes for you.
yeah. It'll probably be easier to go to the little inlet that's by the
Yeah, the water's
dinos
right
instead
here.
of.
It's like right outside the door here by the babies here.
Hmm.
That's as close as you're gonna ever get it.
But it
Uh,
can't clip through the ground, can it?
no, no, no. You with that, you want to run the pipe into the base, and then you connect it inside, and you want the cooker in the base.
Hmm. But I mean, like, when we hook up the.
Does the S Plus have the check and see if the water inlet is automatically fed? Because I think one of them has it to where you can just put
With the S
down.
Plus?
Yeah, you can put down a tap anywhere, and it will just be a water tap. Not a. Am I saying the right word? The inlet, wherever the inlet is, the one that's shaped like a little hook. Um, or is there some other thing? Because some of these mods have like automatic water sources that you can, like the beehive, that the friendly beehive, that waters your crops, and it's actually awesome. Actually, I wish they had something nicer like that on official. Yeah, but see if it's made in the smithy. See if the inlet is automatically fed, and you
I
have to have at least one pipe back. So you put the inlet down, and then you have one pipe, and then you can put a tap. And if the tap has water, then you can just put it right here, and it'll be fine. All right, does it snap to the tile? If it
I
snaps
have no
to the,
idea. Destroyer has it.
I was gonna probably in here if you can, this little spot right next to the cooker. If it'll snap, if it snaps to the foundations automatically, unofficial it won't let you. You have to have a water line and it snaps to the water line. But the other one can snap to the foundation and then you can run the pipes off of it, which is actually nicer. Because it automatically snaps like perfectly to it. You just gotta find the right spot. Oh, and it has to be the S plus, otherwise it doesn't have those features, those extra features.
I don't know what they're doing.
I'll say if you have an intake, all you need is an intake, a straight pipe, and then yeah. Hold on, actually, I don't have any of that shit learned. I have to unlock it real quick.
I honest to God do not know what Destroyer is doing.
All right, I'm gonna make a couple metal pipes and see if the intake is powered by just itself. Then I'll put it right outside the door, and we just run it straight in. But if it's not, then we'll have to run it to the pond over there. I can't remember because I know one of them can and one of them doesn't. I don't know which one has it and doesn't. Okay, so this does require to be connected to water. Okay, Ashley, can you make me 25 flex pipes?
25 flex pipes, got it.
Yeah, flexible water line. It's shaped like a T, and I'll show you how to do an elegant, kind of a simple, elegant design. I'm gonna slide that into the water a
You
little
want
bit.
me to do the STs? The S plus ones, or doesn't that
Yeah,
matter?
preferably.
Okay. I don't have an
Oh,
S plus crafting station.
no, you can make them in the S plus smithing
Smithy?
too.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. The only thing you have to have the S plus for is like building glass, like glass. Oh, and that's another thing. If you're using the S plus, make the greenhouse out of glass because it's basically metal, and it's like metal essentially, but it's glass, right? So you don't have to worry that because the greenhouse is actually really fragile. If like a Bronto came up there, it could tear that whole thing apart.
I honestly do not know what's going on because Destroyer keeps doing stuff. And I don't know what they're doing.
Pickup is not on. Okay, well, let me slide. I'm gonna slide this intake into this little pond a little bit. Okay, well, I'll wait on that. All right, I'll show you how I like to do it when you bring those flex pipes over.
Destroyer is doing something with flex pipes as well.
Oh, I'm just gonna slide the intake so it's less visible. I like to slide it into the water so you can't see it.
Okay,
Just
so
to kind of,
do you have a metal intake pipe?
yes, I have the intake, and all you need is you need like one straight pipe because the intake you can't connect anything to the intake itself. It has to be another pipe, right?
Right.
Um, so it has to run a pipe off of it. here, actually. I'm out by the pond over here. Yeah, I don't know. I think that must be a settings, Dreher, because I'm sure that I have done it before. And then I know that most of the time when I've been on S Plus, it does not work. So there must be an option for that to be enabled. Because on some servers, you can put down an intake anywhere and the supply is water. So you could just put it in the middle of your base and just bam, you got water. And then there's mods that have reservoirs that supply water. There's all kinds of shit
Why
you can
am
do.
I having trouble going in and out of this one doorway?
Oh, here. Here, Destroyer, take those last three off of there. Can you get them? Look, they're way up in the air. Here, I'll show you how this. I was just going to show her how I do it. Throw those down to me, and I'll show you how I do this. Basically, the same thing he's doing, but you want to position your character so that he's. Uh, here it is.
There's 2 more.
Okay, the flex pipes are not for in the air. Don't. They're only used to connect.
Will it cause problems if it's
Pipes.
clipping through the ground right here?
No, no.
No?
It's okay. How many do you have? I need a bunch more. I've only got 3.
Destroyer might have more, but I'll make you some like 10.
You see how they get, if you're not careful, what happens is they get up in the air. And I like to make if you make it right, it's almost invisible. It's like a incision, like a scar. But you got to just look down at the ground, and then you push the pipe into the mesh, essentially. Here, let me. Yeah, I know, but you don't really want to. I guess you could do that, I suppose. But I like to just put mine on the ground because you can do that on any server, but you can't always hide them. Like on official, you can do it that way, or you couldn't. All right, Ashley, you got enough for me?
They're still crafting, but I'll be right there.
Okay. Yeah, and this is the way you. This is how you use flex pipes. You push them into the mesh, and they contour to the mesh, right?
Right.
But if you'll see,
Understanding in
sometimes people
principle.
try to do them in the air. Don't ever try to do them in the air. They're not made for that type of thing. They will make a T connection, like to straight lines and stuff. So there's a lot of things you can do with them. You can use them, like instead of using a cross pipe, you
Mm-hmm.
can run a straight pipe up to, and then you can. This thing will make a T for you, or make it like a right angle for you if you do it right.
Where is the cooker?
I think Destroyer's got it on him. All right, you see how I'm walking with my face in the ground?
Mm-hmm.
I'm in K mode and I'm on a straight axis. So I can't turn, but I can go straight back and forth and left and right. So I just push my face into the ground. I go into orbital camera, which I call K mode, and then I just make a straight line to my base. And it pushes this pipe right into the mesh. And I just go until it turns, until it tells me it can't go any further. And then you can make a nice, beautiful little line right through your base. Which is the nice part is you can do this on official, and you just got to remember you need to point your face into the ground because if the ground goes up at all, your pipes are going to be sticking out of the ground, and it just looks, doesn't look as good. And this is all I do. I go until I get where I want. I aim at the part of the base I want to go to, and then I just put my where are we going? We're going in the door there.
I mean, I want the cooker to be sitting here, but I don't have it. Like, Destroyer, I'm pretty sure Destroyer took it.
Oh yeah, he's got it. Where do you want it at?
That big open area between the grill
Right
and the...
there. Okay.
Yeah, right here.
Jordan, you got that cooker on you, bud?
I
Still
freaking
have
sent a message in the global chat, and they didn't respond. They're just
Oh,
standing there.
he's AFK. He must have. Oh, hopefully he didn't get disconnected. All right. Well, this happens sometimes. Sometimes your
I mean, if
trimates
he...
log out, or they go get a burger and they drop dead while they're sitting there. So what you can do, if you have to,
I mean, if he
check the
DCs or
taming,
anything, then I can just
check the
empty.
taming tracker and track the mammoth too. Just on a side note. So when he's done, we'll go right back over there and get him.
Yeah, Mammoth is at 54%.
Okay, yeah, just keep an eye on him. We don't have to fuss about it. I just want to know when he gets done so we can grab him, so we can
She.
put him in. Oh, her.
Yeah, it's a
Okay.
female mammoth.
Oh, fuck, he's in God mode or something. Or
I
he's
mean,
disconnected.
we're tribe mates. We can't injure tribe mates, can we?
Oh, you're on. Well, if you, yeah, you should be able to. Well, yeah, but you do this sometimes to save their life. I have to, like, if your tribe mate is AFK and he's dying of thirst, you can hear his character going, oh, all that. You can knock him out and feed him and then put him on a bed or something.
Hmm.
Uh, so it's not like I'm not PvPing him or nothing. I think he's disconnected, honestly. But yeah, so I do that sometimes because we used to do that unofficial. Our guy would go and do so. He'd go to the store and his guy would be dying, so I would knock him out, feed him, water him, and then put him by an air conditioner. That's all you can do.
I'm just very annoyed that they took over building in my
I
fucking world.
uh, this can you break this coupling here? I can't.
I
I
mean,
just want to get it down lower because it's up. You see how
I
it's
don't
kind of
I don't know how.
just hold E and then
Hold
just
E and then
stay.
demolish.
Yeah, I can't demolish because I don't have rank for that.
That one?
Okay, yep. And then
You
I'm
want me
gonna
to do
just
this one too, or?
no. When we refresh this, it will go into the
Okay,
mesh.
Destroyer's back. And they ran off.
He might not have it turned. He might have it muted or something. So just type to him again. There you go. 'Cause he may not. Sometimes people aren't paying attention. Okay, yeah, I just wanted to fix that little lump. Now this, you can see it right now, but when you notice, like later on when you're flying over this area, you won't even be able to see that bite unless you're really looking for it hard. All right, were we able to get it?
They fucking logged out, so.
Oh no,
Gonna...
has he got a thing on
No,
it?
yeah, it's in his inventory. I can go into his inventory.
Can you grab it? Just grab it.
Yeah, I grabbed it.
See if it will snap to the wall for you. Make sure it's not in the wall, but if it, I think the S Plus snaps to the foundation. See if it'll go to a good spot for you.
I think it would snap to an S plus foundation, but
Oh
I
shit.
cannot place it because there is no snap point.
Okay. Well, that's how it is unofficial. We have to do it manually. What we can do, we got to get structure pickup on. I keep forgetting about
I
that.
don't know how to turn that on.
I
Is it
thought it
in the
was.
settings when I
I
launch the
thought
game?
it was. Honest to God, I thought it was part of S Plus. I didn't know you couldn't. I didn't know there was a setting for that because every time I played S Plus, it's been on. Um, well, what we can do, what I normally do on official, because you can't, you can't place a cooker uh, without a water line. So you have to have the water line there first, which is stupid.
Oh, that is very
But
stupid.
which makes it harder. So you means you have to know exactly where, and then you run the pipe first, and then what happens is you have to position it and make sure it's in the right spot, and then just keep doing that until you get it exactly where you want it, which is okay. I got used to it. But what I do is I put a straight pipe down and back it off from the wall about halfway, and then snap the cooker to it and see if it's where you want it. But the easy way to do it, here, I'll show you an easy way to do it. Make a ladder and then position the ladder so it's facing where can climb it, and you're looking at that spot you want to put it. And what it's going to do is you can go into K mode, which is orbital camera, and it locks your axis, right? So you got to kind of make sure your head's pointed down first, so it doesn't, because you can't look up and down once you go into the orbital camera. Or bring it back over here, because you don't want it to be pinned back behind the cooker. Bring it back about 2 foundations, right about where you were. Yeah, just so you can look in front of you, and then you can change your perspective, and you can actually do it on the ladder. If you can't do it on the ladder and you need to move and adjust it finer, then you just push K, go into orbital camera, Make sure your head's looking down because otherwise it'll throw the
I
yeah
can't
object.
climb the ladder?
Oh, it's facing the wrong way.
Oh, it is facing the wrong way.
Yeah, you got it. You'll get good at switching seeing which side of the foundation it snaps to. See if you can. And if you when you
Okay,
go to
I see, I
place it,
see.
if it doesn't let you place it the way you want, hit Q and Q will cycle the snap points that are
Okay,
available.
there we go.
Okay, this is what I do when I'm at my base because I'm really fussy and I want to make sure everything's,
Perfectly lined
and
up.
yeah, yeah. But the nice thing about S Plus is most of the shit snaps to the structures, so you don't have to do that. So if you wanted to, what is an option is we could pick up. Well, we can't pick that up. But we could destroy the foundation, put the S Plus ones down, and see if it'll snap to that.
Okay.
Otherwise, what I would do is use the ladder to place a vertical or a straight pipe, right, and just back it off about halfway off the wall, and then see if the placement is good enough for you, if you're happy with it. And then you can fudge that pipe around until you get it just where you want it. That's what I normally do. But I'm
Um,
used to doing the old-fashioned way because
do,
official
do,
is.
do you want me to give you the stuff and you can fuck around with it?
I mean, I'll do it. I'll show you. I'm gonna do it exactly how I just said, though.
Okay. There's the cooker. There's like some straight pipes.
Okay. All I need is one, and if you're quick and you can pick the pipe up quick enough, maybe I can get it in one pipe. The hard part is getting the offset off the wall. That's the hard part. Guessing.
I mean, I'm looking at you perpendicular, so like, oh, that looks pretty good. That's only a couple inches off the wall.
Okay, well, that's because I've done it about 50 times. And I've had to destroy them a couple of times too. So don't ask about that. It's a PTSD.
So is the
Uh, so take a tap. If we don't have a tap, I always I'll put a tap right here, right on the first pipe, if I can. Okay, now I'll just take my straight pipes and run them out to where they're close to that flex pipe, and then I can
and then you
snap a
just
flex pipe to connect it all.
okay.
But that's another way you can do
What
this
is the
if
purpose of the tap?
of the tap. Oh, that's gonna give us water.
Okay, so we can take out water without having to
Yeah,
actually
you
go
can
down
drink.
to the
You
water's
can
edge.
drink from that. One nice thing about doing this like this is like, say I want to make a turn, right? The only way you can turn with water pipes is to use a cross section, right? So you
Mm-hmm.
got to put a cross in, and it doesn't look good when you're trying to
No.
just make a left turn. So you put that down, you snap the straight pipes to both sides, to the left and to the straight or whatever, and then you pick up the cross piece and you snap the flex line and it makes the 45 or it
Alright.
makes the angle for you. So then it looks kind of elegant. It almost looks like a circuit on a circuit board.
Alright. So the pipes are just gotta reconnect the pipes, don't you? I think it's a little too far for one to reach, but
Well, that's the
what did
thing
it?
about these flex pipes. They only will go one. They'll only go one pipe length if they're not connecting to straights, but they'll double their length if if you have a straight pipe, it'll double its length. It'll turn into a Y, it'll turn into a T, it'll turn into a 45. They do some pretty cool things, but one thing
Yeah.
don't ever do is try to build in the air with them. You'll see it's somebody doing it somewhere and you'll laugh about it because it looks like shit. Okay, that's that. And now we've got
Alright.
water in the base. You can drink from that.
This is.
Now this isn't as elegant as I would have made this nicer, right? I would have
Mm-hmm.
pushed that off into the corner so that it's not in the way or whatever. But
I
you see
don't
the idea
give a shit.
of what,
Don't
what's
give a
that?
shit. I don't give a shit.
Oh, you're not OCD, okay?
I'm
All right.
not too bothered about the pipes being visible.
Okay, we need some gas in here to cook this. Is the mammoth ready? Okay, well, oh, there was a reason why I wanted to do this. The reason was so that we could make med brews. That way we
Right.
could
I
make some med.
have all sorts of recipes in a bookshelf
Don't
at the other
worry.
base, but I'm guessing
Okay.
you should have that shit memorized.
Well, here's the thing about that. Those are useless. They're just cosmetic. They don't actually do anything. All those were is hints on how to make shit in the beginning because they didn't tell us how to do it. So you
Right.
could take that and figure it out, right? Basically. But we all have those recipes on Dodo decks. So all
Yeah.
you actually need is the shit that goes in it. You just need to know what to put in the pot to make it. So
Mm-hmm.
you don't need those at all. You just say, okay, I want Calian soup, I want Fury curry, I want shadow steak sauté.
And
Bam, you
I
know
don't
what's in it.
know what any of that shit does.
Well, it's some of it's for PvP, but some of it's like Lazarus chowder. Lazarus chowder makes it so you can breathe underwater, essentially. So you could
Interesting.
take that. And the Furia curry, that is gives you hyperthermic insulation. Essentially, it protects you against
Yeah.
heat.
And reduced
The
food consumption.
right, and they all have like a secondary. The focal chili gives you enhanced
Movement
crafting
speed.
speed, movement speed.
Mm-hmm.
They all do something. The steak saute is like gives you zero recoil. That one's pretty much PvP. It makes it like gamma 10 and
Plus
no recoil.
hypothermic, and hyperthermic installations.
Yes, the hyper is heat and hypo is cold.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what you, when you look at your armor, you want to look at those two values because that's really important. When you're wearing ghillie or fur, you want to see if something is really bad against heat, so you know not to wear that and it's hot, right?
Right.
Um, but that's where the blueprints come in, getting better quality gear. Because like ghillie, for instance, is only as good as hide, essentially, quality-wise. It breaks very easy. So you want to get like a journeyman or a mastercraft set of ghillie armor, and then you got some tough shit that's tougher than your flak, right? You might have better stats than flak, but it also block like a shitload of heat, so you can walk right into a volcano with it. So that's some of the things you'll kind of pick up on that stuff as you go. Those things are important. But those are all things that you find when you go into caves and get cave drops, right? The island is not known for being like a really rich environment for like high level loot, but there are places to get it. The red drops in the ocean are one place, and then some of the hard caves have really good loot, right?
Mm.
Like the water cave, cavern of lost souls. That one has some pretty rich drops. I usually can find ascendant flak in those drops, right? I might get an ascendant wrecked saddle blueprint out in one of those drops, so stuff like that. It's important for advancing, you know. So what we need is tinto berries and narcotics. That's what makes med brews. So if we have a bunch, pull them into the cooker, and then don't put all your narcotics. I don't know how many. Do you have a lot of narcotics?
Let's see. Wait, can I use the cloud thing to pull?
Yes, yes, you can.
It's not giving me any options. It's just like the little like select what you want side is like fucking blank.
Oh, it's bugged. If it does that, then exit it or whatever, then go back in and just. Sometimes
Okay, yeah, I
the
see.
pulling thing does do that. It'll go come up blank or
I have 677 narcotics, and they're all on my
okay.
Urgentivus.
Just pull like 200 in there and then just pull some tinto berries in there and just turn this on. This thing's powered by gas, by the way. Or well, the S plus one I don't think is runoff gas. It's just normally you have to put gasoline in this thing to get it to work, but S plus avoids all that. Okay, you see how quickly those are producing?
Mm-hmm.
If you were using a cooking pot, that would take you like 10
I
minutes to
didn't
make that.
cue it to make anything though. It
No,
just
no,
makes
you
it
don't have to.
automatically.
Yes,
Oh,
all you have to know is what to put in. And that's, you got to
interesting.
be careful. Like this one has got, you see how it says auto craft everything on the bottom?
Yeah.
S S Plus has a way to control that. So you can turn that on and off. Um, so it doesn't like, if you're trying to make dyes, for instance, if you just throw a bunch of shit in there, it's just going to start making like 10, 15 different dyes. So
Right.
you might want to disable it for that, right? So you turn it on a different setting, and then you just tell it. Then you can dump all your
Yeah, I can
berries.
have auto crafting disabled, auto crafting everything, or auto crafting all except dyes.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, and that's probably what I would maybe select that.
Yeah, that's what I
Um,
put it at.
but this, remember, that's exclusive to the mod. On
Mm-hmm.
official, there's no options for that at all. You have
Fair.
to be very careful about what you put in there. But you'll get to a point where you have all that shit memorized, and if you don't, you just pull up Dododex, pull up all the information.
Mm-hmm.
Dododex has all this stuff listed on there. So you just go and it says, what are the custom consumables, right? It'll pull up a list of everything. And then there's beyond that, there's once you know what all the stews and the curries and all that shit does, mainly you're going to want to use that for caves and stuff, right? But the
Right.
med brews, like that's going to supply 20 health, right? So you keep it on
Mm-hmm.
your hot bar. If you get hit, you can spam that, and it'll help. It'll regen your health real quick. It's not like super fast. You can still die, but it'll save you if you can be saved. It'll give you a chance. But there's beyond this. There's custom recipes, and I'm not going to talk about that right now. But there's a way to make food so that it's has a much higher value, right? And then you can
Right.
carry around. You can make like sandwiches and drinks that that last for like weeks in your inventory, and they don't hardly weigh anything. And then you don't have to carry around meat or anything anymore. That you can make ones that will heal you and also provide food. They'll provide water. They don't spoil. You can carry in stacks of 20. So that's a
So,
whole nother thing.
so what I should really do is get all of the berries and eggs from my other base up here.
If it's practical to do that, yes.
I don't
If
know how
not,
practical that's gonna be.
what I would probably do, and this is what, since you're in single player, I would do this. Um, just tab and type GCM, and that's give created mode. It will put you with infinite weight. You can craft anything in the game in your inventory. It's like an admin mode, but
Interesting.
you could type in then fly, and you can shoot over to the other base. You have infinite weight. You can grab everything from over there, and you can
And
be
then
back
fly
here
back
in
here.
5 minutes. Now, when I'm here, that would yoink me all over the place.
Yeah, so I'm
But
not gonna do that while you're here. But
well, if you wanted to, that's fine. I would just take all my shit off, and I just get dragged along. If I died, it wouldn't be a big deal. Um, so if you wanted to do that now, that's fine. But just make sure you have a good refrigerator ready to receive all that stuff. You don't want it to all spoil because it, you know. But yeah, that's the privilege of being on single player. You can do stuff like that. That's kind of nice. But yeah, I would take like maybe 30, 40 of these med brews with me when we go to the lava cave. You probably won't need them, but it's nice to have a little backup because if you start getting chunked by a bat or something, you don't want to die. Like, if you can prevent it, you don't want to die. But when you have the Megatherium, you don't really need these because the dinosaur basically protects you. As long as you don't fall in the lava, you're fine. But there you go. Put those in the refrigerator. If you want, when you go to the cave, grab some out. Grab 20 out, whatever. Um, and there you go. That's just one way. This cooker is amazing. Always get it as soon as you can. It's expensive. It's a bit of a grind on like official, but once you get good at the game, making stuff like this is not hard at all. Really, you just got to know what dinos you need and where to go to get the stuff, right?
I've never used dice before, so I'm just looking at all of them.
Dyes are made with gunpowder,
Charcoal and berries.
charcoal. Charcoal is the most common. Gunpowder and spark powder, um, and then just different combinations of berries. Some you can just throw the berries in, and it'll make like a bunch of them will be made automatically as long as you have the spark powder or the gunpowder. Um,
Hmm.
but yeah, you can dye most of your weapons. You can dye your armor,
Saddles.
saddles. Some structures can be painted, like the building structures can be painted. There's also a spray paint gun, which if you're going to do any building painting, you want to get that. Basically, one dye goes in there and it allows you to spray like 10 or 15 sections of your base or 20 sections and do it instantly. And you can set which regions you can turn on, turn on and off the regions you want to paint. So it's really cool for doing like big things, but that's only for like mainly for building, with buildings and stuff. But yeah, it's cool because you can. I usually paint my armor, so it's nice to know like which piece of armor is mine or whatever. Um, but I usually do that so I know what set I'm using, right? So one might be higher tier than another, and I want to know which one is which, so I paint it. But yeah, there's a lot of cool things you can do in Arc actually. I wish you could paint more than like the cooker you can. Well, maybe you can. Like there's certain things you can paint. You can paint the industrial forge, um, but you can't paint like generators, smithies, chem benches, and shit like that. Don't have paint regions, but some things do. Oh, and I do have 22 pearls. How many did you say you were missing?
No, no, we made the platform saddle.
Oh, okay, okay. You grabbed them then. So if we can, what I would suggest is grab if you can make some scuba, make at least a pair of flippers and keep them on you, because on the island it's really you can get a lot of pearls right by the shore if they're in the winter biome, right? So all you really need is a pair of flippers because they're not deep, right? So you can just shoot around. And right next to us actually is where there's a whole bunch of pearls in that under those little ice caps next to us here.
And
But
they have
yeah,
to be made at the fabricator. Okay.
yeah, all that's fabricator. You just got to be high enough level for it. Um, what else? Are you gonna stick around for a little bit, or are you gonna?
Um, yeah, I'm at 3.5 hours. I don't mind going a little longer.
Okay, if you're down for it, I would say let's try to do the lava cave. I'd like to.
I have never gone inside the volcano.
Oh, it's not in. That's the Ascension Cave. That's
Oh,
that's the one
okay.
you're not ready for that one yet. But you want to have gigas for that. That's a giga. You can cheese it. You gotta have red Rexes and gigas really for that one if you want to. Well, at least for the alpha. I've never done any of the lower tiers, so I don't know. But that one you gotta
Oh,
walk down.
the mammoth is tamed.
Okay. Well, let's go grab it.
Do you want to fly the Quetzal?
We can, but he's slow as shit. Why don't we do this?
And
Let's
just
make a mammoth saddle before we go. Then
okay.
we can just go over there, put it on him, and pot him, and then we'll just bring him back in a pot. If you want to take the Quetzal, I'll ride on the back. It's,
Actually,
it's
I know for a fact I have a mammoth saddle at the other base. That's hilarious. I should have the saddles up here.
it always happens. Just remember, whenever we get done or whatever, before you log off, shoot over there, grab everything, bring it over here if you want. If you want,
Yeah,
you can do it at
that's
any
a good
time. So.
idea.
Or if
Okay.
you want, I'll throw all my shit on the bird right now, and then you can just yoink me around. It ain't gonna matter if I die. Where's that bird?
No, I'd rather do it when you're not here. I don't want to risk you. Okay, making the mammoth saddle. Okay, set mammoth saddle on my person. Alright.
Yeah, you can see below us, right? All the glowing.
Yeah, the little glowy things. What are those?
That's pearls. Yeah,
Pearls.
that's
So
what
how
I
do
say.
I tame them? So how do I get them?
You gotta go in that icy water. That's what I say. Just make those fins, the scuba flippers, and then you're really fast in the water. You can jump in. I would do it in the daytime,
Yeah, but like,
probably.
how do I harvest them? Because I've tried
Oh,
swinging
by hand.
pickaxes.
It's by hand.
It's by
You
hand?
don't.
That's
Yeah,
weird.
you just gotta grab them. Yeah, it's nothing in this game makes a whole hell of a lot of sense if you really think about it. But I guess you do technically can farm pearls, I suppose. There's some pretty meat there.
It's a good thing he's in the spike trap because there's a saber tooth going fucking nuts.
Yeah, you do need to be careful too because sometimes the dinos will kill themselves on the things. So that's the
I
only.
have it turned off so anything in the tribe can't be
Oh
damaged.
yeah. But I have lost tames to the spikes before, unofficial, because they'll sometimes they stand up and they'll get pinballed back and forth on the spikes. It's just kill them. So always
Yeah.
make sure your spikes are decently spaced around them so that they're not too tight. And I usually pick them up if I can. If I can't, then I break them down.
Just go ahead and break them down then.
What color is that? What level is that other mammoth over there?
What mammoth over where?
Ah, fuck, I can't see it now. It's behind.
Oh,
the
this
rock.
blue one?
Yeah, that's cool looking. What is it? Good level or shit?
It's a 36.
Yeah, he's neat looking though. Let me see if my remote. Usually the S Plus remote has a demo mode, and it's a lot faster than trying to do it by hand.
It's too bad. I kind of want to tame him anyways, just because my mom loves turquoise. He's got a little purple spot on the back of his head.
Yeah, yeah, we got to figure out what this setting is that's messing this up because you cannot pick up, and that's not. Normally you can. Shoot, if we want to do that, why don't we grab let's go grab the Quetzal, and we'll just take him back to the base.
Okay.
Be safer over there, I guess. Yeah, we can do that. He's not getting messed with, is he? No. Yeah, he's really pretty. I love that color. I like that hot pink.
There's a fucking bright ass green Calicotherum over here. She's level 76, but I do not have anything to make beer.
Yeah, I've never actually tamed one of them.
I tamed
beer
one
barrel,
once.
Yeah, they're not hard to make, the beers. Same thing as the cooker. You just hook it up to water and put berries and thatch in there. And then you got to put water jars in there and it'll turn into a beer. Well, you've done it before. Yeah, they're not, what is a passive tame, right? You just go behind them and feed them beer.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're passive tames.
If you want, just pod the Quetzal. As long as no structures are built on his saddle, you can pod him out, and then just.
You
fly
can't
over
pod them
there.
if they've got a structure?
Not if there's a structure on it. No, you'll have to break it.
That's fair. Okay, go ahead and pod the Quetzal. Potted.
No, I like to do it that way so then you can zip over on the faster bird and then switch out. Then you only have to come back the one time slowly with him. Hopefully the Quetzal's got good stamina.
I didn't look.
They usually are they're pretty strong actually. They're a really good dino. They were one of the favorite dinos until the speed nerf. Really are. They're still used pretty commonly in PvP because you can build a big metal fort up there and really give people hell.
Okay, so where am I gonna drop the mammoth?
Oh damn, there's two over there. Which?
Oh, there's a fucking green one down there. What's that green one? That green one's a
There's
48.
Which you wanted the turquoise one?
I wanted the turquoise one. Why am I getting these weird ass colors? Is it like?
It's an event. It's is it Easter?
It must be Easter.
I forgot that does automatically kick in. I think if you're playing on single player, and I'll bring the bird.
Okay, got him. Stamina's at 2,000.
Oh yeah, you're golden. He is slower than shit though, so maybe
Slower than shit. Slower than molasses going uphill in the wintertime.
What I normally do when I do something like that is I park my bird on the platform, and I just because you can actually bring the bird back, and as long as he doesn't hit anything, he'll stay up there. I mean, if you want him available, because sometimes you need to switch mounts. Like if you had to protect it or something, you might have to jump on the RG real quick and then kill something and jump back on. But the only thing is, once you dismount the saddle, he'll drop anything that's in your claws. That's the only downside. But when we get over here, find a good spot, and I'll shoot him. And then as soon as he goes out, he'll drop out of your claws automatically if he's unconscious. We do that when we're in pairs. We do that a lot with the Argents because the Argents can pick up a lot of shit. Just carry him over and let the other guy knock him out. That is a pretty cool looking Quetzal, though, honestly.
Yeah. How about right over here? Far enough away my animal shouldn't target him, but close enough to base, he should be a piece of cake.
Let's see. Is it farther away from the spawn? Okay. These are not on attack target, are they? No.
You still have an
They're not bad.
Argentavis following you.
He's just landing. I had to tell him to stop following me. He'll randomly land. Okay. Bring him
Should
a
he-
little
little
closer. Yeah, a little closer. I think we'll be okay. You got plenty of stamina.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm still
Okay.
at 1900.
Um,
He's practically in the ground right now.
Carry him up a hair, just a hair. Just go straight up. Yeah, you can get a little better shot. I don't want to keep shoot. I'll shoot the Quetzal if I'm not careful. Okay, yeah, he's cool. Man, he is cool looking. Damn, that is cool. Yeah, I see how easy. I think it was 4 shots. These shocking darts are not a joke, though. They're actually even really good unofficial. All right. Wow. Yeah, that's a cool looking one. That I believe is it turquoise or cayenne? I can't tell honestly. I think it's turquoise. I don't know.
Maybe turquoise and cyan. With that
That
little
might
purple
be a
butt
cotton
up at the top.
candy. Yeah, that might be a cotton candy. I think it is. I'm not sure though. When we pot them, we'll be able to see what region that is.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's one good way to use a Quetzal. Good to have. That's what I like, a Swiss Army knife of dinos. Okay, I guess you can drop him. You might as well drop him. As long as nothing's around here to mess with him, he should be okay. Oh, you already did. Okay. Is that all it needs? 50?
According to Dodo Decks, he only needs 39.
Okay, all right. That's good enough. I always throw extras on there because I'm always paranoid. Let's see. We should be ready to go. Do you want to repair your armor? We
That's probably for the best.
We should have ghillie, but I'd say what I'd probably do is bring the flak. We'll wear ghillie, and if we break a piece of flak or we break a piece of ghillie, we can put the flak on and until we can repair our ghillie or whatever. This cave is hot, and we need to build a little bit of foundation to go into it because there's a bunch of lava. So, do you have grappling hooks at all?
I have 2 on me.
Okay, if you can, let's make like 10 apiece. That's overkill. If we can't, we'll make like 5 or 6. I think we'll only need like 2. But if you get in a bind, sometimes grappling hook will get you out of it.
Okay,
There's
so
a lot of
you want 10 and you think I should have 10?
if we can, that's a luxury. If we can't, 5, 6 would be more than enough. As long as we're careful with them. They're really easy to blow though, because sometimes they don't latch,
Mm-hmm.
and it'll automatically reload and just fire another one before you can even hardly blink. It's already shot off an extra. And if you're encumbered, you cannot grapple. So keep that in mind, because I've almost died because of that before. Didn't realize I was encumbered and kept trying to grapple until I almost ran out and realized, oh shit. Had to drop some shit to get out of there. Okay, so I'm gonna repair my flak. Um, I'm gonna, if you can make some grapples for us. It's never a bad idea to have grapples when you go into a cave.
Okay. It keeps giving me an error message about not having enough stone arrows.
Okay,
So I'll have to make stone
if you're
arrows.
trying to pull and it can't, then you don't have that resource. And I'm gonna put in. I've got 280 in my pocket right now for some reason.
280 stone arrows?
Yeah, and I just dropped them in the smithy. So go ahead and try it again. Yeah, if it tells you that, then it means you don't actually have that resource. So when you're pulling, it says you're out of this or you're out of that.
Alright.
Now, mind you, it will do that if like say the chem bench is crafting cementing paste. If
Mm-hmm.
you try to pull something that's in there while it's doing it, it will tell you it doesn't have it. But that's because if a structure is currently crafting something, a lot of times it will ignore it and basically won't acknowledge it.
There, I put the grappling hooks in the smithy for you.
Okay, I'm gonna put those on my bow so they're ready to rock if I need them in an emergency. And I'm gonna just repair my flak. If you can, try to make a. You have a ghillie suit you can put on.
I can probably make one.
Okay, if you can make one, just make a primitive one. That's good enough. And we need to get our megatheriums wherever those are at. I don't remember.
They are both cryopotted and on my bird.
Okay, we'll need those for the cave.
Okay. I have... Okay, I've got 11 grappling hooks. You've got 11 grappling hooks. I've got both megatheriums on my bird. I've got the mammoth that we're taming tracked. What else do we need?
I would say bring a little bit of extra poly if you can. Um,
Define a
Not a
little
huge
bit.
amount. Make maybe like 50 or 60, just enough to repair some pieces if they get broken. I'm gonna take I'm gonna take about I'm gonna take about I'm gonna take about 180 out of there and just craft myself a suit.
If I cryopotted the juvenile Rexes, do they grow while cryopotted or no?
No, there are some mods that allow the dinos to grow in the I think Dino Storage has a setup that way, but as generally speaking, no. Once they're cryopotted, they're frozen as far as progress. But as long as oh, you mean for the imprint? You have to imprint them?
No, no, I meant actual growing.
Oh no, unfortunately no. The
I'm
Dino
just...
Storage mod I think does have a setting to allow that.
Should I keep the mammoth on me so she can gain levels?
I would no just in the pod is good enough.
Yeah, yeah,
Uh,
in the pod.
yeah, I would put it
On
in
my
the
bird.
put it in the or whatever if you want to bring it just in case. I usually put But anything I don't need, I put them in the cryo fridge. But if you think you'll need it, like I do carry farming dinos with me in case I need to build traps. So that would be one case, or we don't have a lot of the dinos that I normally carry. So, but yeah, I always carry a snow owl. I always carry like things like a rex, a wyvern, mantis, giga, in case I run into something, I got to take it out. But generally speaking, you don't need to have all that shit on you. Okay, are you ready to go?
I'm fucking around with Destroyer's sleeping body right now. I'm trying to get it like downstairs. Because for some reason they decided to fall asleep on the roof.
That's very common. People will log out anywhere. A lot of times you'll see people laying out in the front of the base and the open.
Alright. So I've got some polymer. I'm wearing my guile. I've got grappling hooks. Do I need any building materials?
We will need to build some stuff.
Does it matter what?
If we can make it out of stone is ideal. You want to make it out of a material that's not going to be damaged by the majority of dinos. Stone's easy enough to come by. We can make it when we get over there because there's like a little area you can farm in right outside the cave. We'll put down a bed. We'll put down, a few things. We'll make some foundations and then we'll go in and we can actually do it without building into it, but it's a lot safer if you build a little pathway into the cave across the lava.
Okay, so we should bring enough for what, a handful of foundations?
Just bring the mammoth. Bring the mammoth, and we're going to leave him outside anyway, right? He's not going in the cave.
Right. The
We'll leave
mammoth
him
that's currently cryopotted?
yeah, whichever one. And I've got the theory in mind, and I'm going to leave him in the bird. We'll put the birds on neutral. We'll let them hang out. It's a safe spot. There shouldn't be anything going in there. Maybe a dilo or something, whatever, should be okay. And we'll leave all our essential, our good stuff out in the. We don't want to take that in. Anything that's important, we leave out. Yeah,
Okay.
that's a kind of a rule. You don't really ever want to go into a cave. Now, if you need it, you take it. But essentially, like if you need a shotgun, you got to take the shotgun, right?
Okay.
Um, but if you don't, then you can leave that type of stuff out. Are
Okay.
you ready?
I guess so.
I'm I'm gonna get a glass of water because I'm parched, but
Okay.
I will be right back.
Alright, I'll just fuck around with the babies a little more. Now the Rexes are. The Daeodons surpassed the Rexes. Okay. And the Dodos are almost done. Okay. Just the Rexes. Okay, Dodos are almost done.
Okay.
I completely forgot what my fucking multipliers are at. Give me a second. I'm trying to do a quick calculation or something. Um,
Trying to figure out how long it's going to be, or
yeah,
oh,
trying to figure out how long it'll take my Rexes to grow up, but I'm not sure.
it's if it's on 3, or is it on 4 or 5?
I don't remember. That's the
Okay,
problem.
this default is 4 days, 4 real life days. So if it's
Mm-hmm.
on 3, then that's going to be just over a day. Um,
I don't.
if it's
I
on
don't know.
4, it's gonna be like 18 hours or no, it's gonna be 24 hours. So it'll be a full day. So it's probably on like 5 or something. What are they at now? Are they at like 30%?
They're at 21.
They're at 21%. And when did you start them last stream or this stream?
Last strain.
Okay, so they're estimating. I'm gonna say it's been 6 or 8 hours. If
The
they're 20%,
Daedons. Okay, the
they're
Daedon started right pretty close to the beginning of this stream, so if I can just figure out.
it's probably on 4 times. I'm guessing the Rexes will probably take a day then. If that's the case, it'll take 24 hours. It's on 4 or 5 because 20% in 8 hours that's roughly a day if I'm doing my maths correctly. Or it's maybe it's 3 or 4, but that's pretty fast. I mean it's a while, but they're not gonna starve or anything. You
No.
think their consumption's gonna go down the closer they get to 50%. Basically, think about it like this: every percentage they mature, that percentage they reduce their food consumption until when they hit 100%, that's basically the same consumption of an adult.
Hmm.
So if you ever need to backtrack that, you go to one of the adult ones and look at how slowly they consume food, then you know, okay, 50% is going to be it's going to be double that. It's a little meticulous, but you can figure out really close to what actually they actually need. There used to be a calculator called Crumple Corn that would show you how much food the baby would eat and how much spoilage it would have in the trough and everything. But yeah, I haven't seen one of them around anymore. I just do the math myself. Um, I just look at it and I set a timer, count it down, and then figure it out mathematically in my head. I get a really close estimate.
Okay,
You got
so
quite a herd of dogs there.
I've got more at the other base. I
Are
just
you
threw
running
them
short?
all on mating at once.
You running short of birds here, lady?
I don't
We're almost
remember.
done.
I don't remember why I wanted a whole herd of dodos. This one's pretty though.
The pink is, they look like flamingos. They just are coming to maturation, like right now. There's a
Mm-hmm.
couple of them I think already did. Alrighty, you got your piggies, you got your Rexes. Yeah, and keep in mind the dinos they get a percentage. The imprint gives, well, this is a bad example because we're not imprinting because the multiplier's off, but they get a 20% boost in their stats just from the imprint, just from being at 100% imprint. That's in their base stats. That's why
Oh.
the kids are always better.
Ah.
But in addition to that, the imprint buff is like 30% more damage, and I'm not sure if it's 30% damage reduction. So basically, it's armor and damage. So if you're actually going to ride a dino, it does make sense to imprint. Um, it's
Yeah,
not
the
bad. It's a nice
the
little buff.
the Rexes will probably get imprinted simply because of the
Because yeah,
how long they
no,
take
in
to grow
lost
up.
fights you usually don't.
Yeah,
You
all the
have to
baby
ride
dodos
them
just
because you can't. But
all the dodos just grew up.
but if you were going to carry around like a pocket Rex or a pocket Giga, you definitely want to imprint that if you can.
Okay, so we're headed to a cave. We needed the grappling hooks, the guile, polymer
It's
to potentially fix the guile.
it's
What
not
else?
a terrible idea to have. Now we're going to be using the dinos to do all the fighting, but I always like to have like just a pistol or something on me just in case I have to kill something.
I have a long neck rifle with bullets.
Okay. Let me see if do we have any gunpowder? I can make some simple rifle ammo.
We don't have any gunpowder made, but there's definitely enough stuff to make it.
Okay. Well, why don't we do this because we don't have. It's always a good idea to have some charcoal brewing for a lot of things, for dyes, also for gunpowder. If we before we go, um, why don't we chuck a couple stacks of firewood inside the forge? Take the mammoth over there and just, or I will just grab like a stack. If you can get like 5K, just throw that in the cooker or the forge. And while we're
I've
doing all
got
this,
wood.
okay, if you got enough, if you got spare, throw in like a stack, and then we'll just have a whole shitload of charcoal brewing. And then if you want to make ammo later, or I do or something, we'll have a bunch. 'Cause that goes pretty fast.
Yeah. It's like pretty much every second.
Oh shit! What happened? This thing's almost dead. What happened to that?
What thing's almost dead?
This void worm he brought.
Oh. Well, what do they eat? No, his food's full. Why is it?
He must have.
It must have been
Oh,
low health when he brought it.
he leveled it up or something. I don't know what happened. He
No,
must have
yeah,
pumped.
he's. Oh, yeah, it's probably 100 levels higher than it was when I first saw it. So, yeah, he pumped it.
Okay, yeah, because it's got 516,000 health. So yeah, he must have dropped a bunch of levels on it. Okay. All right. I always look at stuff like that and I'm like, oh, freaking out. Usually that's all it is somebody leveling a dino. All right. That's another reason why I like snow owls, because snow owls are really good for healing up your dinos. Okay. I guess we're okay. Yeah, let's get out of here if you're ready.
All
The
right.
hell out of Dodge.
Yeah, we just need the megatheriums, right? And you wanted to have a mammoth on us?
Yeah, we might as well. Do we have the Dodecarus too?
I think I've got the Doedicurus. I do have the Doedicurus.
Okay, yeah, that's all we need because we'll make
Yeah.
some stone foundations and stuff before we go down, and that'll make it a little easier for us to build. We don't want to have to make anything in the thing because the resources are just not. There's really not much to build with inside.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's like stone and crystal and stuff, but I don't. You can't get wood or fiber or thatch or anything.
All right, ready when you are. I don't know where we're going, so I'm just gonna follow you.
Okay, we
That
are.
male mammoth is almost done.
We are. Yep. Let's see. I'll look at the map, and we are going to approximately. I'm gonna say 60, like 60 or 70. Let's say 70. 85.
Do I read the latitude first or the longitude?
Yeah, lat then long.
Lat then long. So you said 70, 85?
Yeah, you see, it looks like almost a thumb. It's on the knuckle with that thumb. If you look
Oh,
at that.
okay. I see. Yeah. That's where I got that's where I got my male Rex.
Yeah, it seems like you were over there when I first started watching you, because that was by the other base.
Did you already fly off somewhere? Okay, there you are.
Jump.
Alright, I'm coming. So yeah, let's do this. Do this cave and then probably call it for stream.
Yeah, this is rough. Normally, like getting around the map like this, usually have. I wish I'd have known. I would probably put all the points and speed on the bird. I think I put some in melee. 'Cause he was having a struggle there at the beginning. But that's okay. Get some more birds, get some better birds, and then mate them and you
Yeah. I've got these two. Yours is stamina, mine is weight. I've got two that are movement and damage. So I'll just crank them all
Actually,
up as high as they go and then start breeding them together. And try to
what do
get.
you remember what level this was when you tamed it?
No, but I could probably go back and look.
It's okay. I just was curious on if it was a decent high level when you got it.
Yes, it was a pretty good. I think like
It
one.
was probably what, a 120,
Yeah,
115.
probably around 115 or 120.
Yeah, that's worth. You could definitely breed this bird. It'd be worthwhile. Um, I'd say because the island was 120s was the top level dino on the island for a long time. And then they upped it to 150, which is all the maps now. But if you can find some higher level, if we could, I wish I would have had time to spot some. I would usually go like we did the first day when we played together, and I would
Hmm.
go around trying to find a really good one just for breeding. And I wouldn't even use it for anything else. I'd just breed it, and then I'd take the babies and I'd be flying around on them because they'll be stronger, anyways.
Because of the imprinting.
Yeah, just from the imprint. But you want to make sure that imprinting gets adjusted first because you can't. At this point,
Yeah.
they'll time out before they can. But we can look at our way, I guess. We got a lot of pretty birds right here.
There's a white and pink one that's 52.
Well, that red one's beautiful, but it's shit. It's a little 8. Usually, if you just find the ugliest bird, and that's probably the high one. It's usually what it is. I usually don't get my birds over here because this tends to be a, kind of a hit and miss for high levels.
I'm gonna need
But
to stop for stamina.
I'm gonna stop right up here. But this can be a good spot to find ours. They do. There's a decent amount of them over here.
This is where I got my first one, I think. Yeah, because I was flying on a pteranodon and I didn't want to go up the map further. So I just came to this mountain. Alright, that male mammoth tamed, so I turned off the tracker. Because he'll just chill out at base anyways. Alright, my stamina's full.
If you don't mind, let's just kind of glass these birds as we go through, just on the off chance that we can get lucky. There might be a one. Yeah, I'm still seeing a lot of low ones. I can't tell sometimes. If there's an explore note over here, I want to hit a couple notes on our way out.
Okie dokie. Lead the way.
Just be careful. There's, I'll be looking for them, but there are thylos up here.
I don't really know the best way to spot them among the trees. I just try not to go too close to them.
They're always below the
branches.
tree line. Yeah, just what I do is I look at the tree, and as you go around it, just pay attention because they sometimes are on the back or the side. But generally, as long as you're looking, you're not going to get it. The only time they get me is when it's on the back of the tree and I'm not looking for it, because I don't see the back right away, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you have flak, if you have a sword or a shotgun, a lot of times you can kill them before they can kill you. Just you need to just whip it out as quick as you can and just start blasting, and it'll kill them. They don't have a hell of a lot of health unless it's like 150. All right, I'm gonna just go straight up and out. I'm gonna go out through the top. And another thing is, if you really are scared and you can't take a risk of any kind, try to get up in the tops of the trees.
Mm-hmm.
They generally will not come up here at all. They can jump towards an upward slant, but it's usually got to be down below the branches usually. So I always tell people, if you don't know, just fly high and you should be safe.
Yeah. I usually do stay above the trees when I go over the redwoods. Hello again, Jay. How you doing? You can get it from the other side.
I thought that was kind of weird. I was like, I'm sure I got this one before with the. I don't know if the Wyvern can get it, but sure with the Argent. All right. Yeah, there's several. I just kind of casually get them as I go. They're spread out all over the map.
I'm just getting some stamina while I'm sitting here. Okay.
Oh, look at that theory. Hold on a second. Be any good?
16.
Did you did a dino wipe, didn't you? I thought you did.
Yep. Yeah, you walked me through it the first time that you joined me.
Yeah, that's right. I'm
Might
sure
need to do another one.
These are terrible levels, but I guess I'm just not used to it. The island is just off. As far as that goes, like when I go out looking, I mean, if it doesn't have 150 or 140, I don't even look at it. But it's rough when I play the island. I'm like, oh my god. I'm kind of a dino snob, but when you get into breeding, you understand why. It's not
Mm-hmm.
really, because it takes the same amount of time, whether it's a 10 or a 200. It's, you know.
Dude, might as well get the 200.
Yeah, you want the best one you can because it makes a lot of difference when you're using them. If they're going to be good enough, strong enough, that extra melee, that extra health, the extra carry weight, stamina, oh, makes life easier.
Could be worse. Understandable, Jay.
All right, this cave is a little bit more involved, but I'm going to take you the most direct route. It's not going to take us very long unless we get into
Big fight.
a scuff or something. Yeah. Oh, might as well get it because we are going to be killing stuff in there, so we'll get a little bit of a buff when we go in.
Are you going for another note? I think I've already gotten this one.
Yeah, probably there's a few around here. I wonder if honestly I'm kind of curious if there's a good Pteranodon around.
Yeah, I've already gotten this one. Okay.
Here's the cave.
Where did you go?
Oh, did you see me?
Oh, wait. There's a Tech Rex. What is this Tech Rex? That's a 91 Tech Rex.
I mean, it's not bad level for a Rex, but for a Tech Rex, it's not very good because Techs can be 180 if it's set to 150. But it is a decent starter Rex. If you wanted a good, strong Rex, it would do the job.
I would love to have this Rex. You want to help me take it down? We can just pop on this cliff here, shoot it with our shocking tranquilizer darts.
Yeah, let me go ahead and find a spot where you can safely get, and I'll just bring them over here. Okay.
Alright, there's a Tech Raptor in the woods here, so let me just make sure I'm not going to get ambushed while I'm focused on the Rex. Okay.
Is there a raptor attacking him? Can you kill that? Grab it. Grab that raptor, can you? If you can, and safely. That fucker is attacking him the whole time. He wouldn't turn around. Okay. Yeah, if you ever really want to Rex's attention, also if you need to heal it, grab something.
Why
and
did you
kill
bring him up? Why did you bring him up the cliff?
Oh, I wanted him up here because I figured this would be better. Well, not for shooting him, it won't, but for knocking him out, it's better to do it up here. I just run around is why. That's what I was going to do. But if you can kind of kite him around me, or do you got enough stand?
He's too focused on you. I can't get him off. I'm out of stam too. I'll just help shoot him. Watch out, there's a raptor.
Yeah, and I was trying to get that raptor. If you have to, it's here. Let me see if I can. Usually, I just decoy him for a minute, and
I don't know where the raptor went.
he's dead. I killed him.
You got him? Okay.
Yeah, just shoot him. I'm gonna try to just play decoy. Usually, we just have one person kind of distracted, the other just lights him up.
Okay, I'm behind you right now.
It's okay. You'll have to just try to reposition, and I'll jump off too and help if I can. I just try to. So you gotta be quick on your feet. Yeah, just hop on and off and just light him up. Cause I'll when I get a chance, I'll jump off and hit him. But when he comes to you, I'll shoot him in the ass.
I'm just high enough up this rock he can't actually reach me.
Great. Yeah, awesome.
I wasn't sure at first as he came at me.
Yeah, there he can climb right up the side of a hill.
Holy shit, there he goes!
Just haul ass, you'll be okay. He's almost ready to start running.
I think he is right running.
Yeah, 'cause those darts are no joke. They take effect pretty quick.
There he goes. He's down.
Yeah, that's one reason why I chose to do it this way, because I figured we could knock him out before he could really bug
Do you
us
have
too much.
Do you have any prime meat on you?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. He should only take 10 prime meat according to Dododex. And no narcs either.
Alright, do I have, yeah, I got some, I'm gonna throw some raw. I always throw raw on them so they'll stop eating the prime as soon as they wake up. And just to buffer it in case for some reason. Alright, yeah, we should be good.
Okay. I am following you.
Yeah, early game you should always get it. That's a decent Rex for kill. You could kill alphas with that if you needed to protect your base. That's good enough level. Even like a level 50 or 60 Rex is good enough. In a pinch, you know, Rexes are strong.
I did not know there was a cave here. I once built a house in this little area and did not know there was a cave here. Okay.
Okay, let's throw down. We don't have to build a bed, but I'd say at least two sleeping bags. Just toss them outside the cave here. Always remember, try to put your beds or your bags away from your animals in case they get aggroed on. Because if something hits them, the first thing it's going to be destroyed is the bed. So keep it behind a rock or just a little ways out of the way. So if there's a little duel going on, you don't lose your bed. Nothing better than come down and finding a Rex has destroyed all your beds and you're dead. And you got to fly halfway across the map to come back. Okay, and we'll leave the birds on neutral. And nothing should come down here. This is usually safe here. But let's get the mammoth out and get the dodickers out real quick, and we'll make up a couple of.
Do we want to pull out the megatheriums too?
Yes, we need those inside.
Okay. Ah, shit. My fucking bird was on follow still. Okay, Mammoth, Doedicurus, and both Megatheriums. Don't I have to wait like 5 minutes in between?
Oh, do you have? Is there a cooldown?
Yeah, I get cryo sickness.
Okay, yeah. Let me throw out the other ones. We're in PvP then.
Yeah.
PvP has cryo sickness. You're just drop it on the ground. I'll grab it, whichever one. Probably the Doedicurus, and then by the time we're done building, we'll have Megatheriums we can throw out.
Okay, there's the Doedic.
Just carry him with the bird if you want, or however you want. Just carry him with the bird and just use X as mirror break and just kind of park over the stones and just skip around. He'll grab all the stones. Use the Argent. It's faster. Or if it's good to practice that if you don't mind.
Okay, so how do I make the Doedicurus?
You just grab him and carry him. You just stop over the rocks. He'll auto farm. It'll take a little getting used to, but they changed it so that well, I think he always was like that. It was the Anklo that didn't do it. Now they made it so the Anklo does it to the metal. When you get good at it, use the X for your air brake to stop right over him. You'll get really good at it. You'll be so much faster with the bird. Plus, he can carry a lot. It just takes a little practice getting to know like what he wants to swing at and what he doesn't want to swing at. All right. If you think you have enough, oh man, it's got a bunch of levels. I'm gonna put some carry weight on him and a little bit of melee, just for the heck of it.
Okay, the Doedicurus has 3,000 stone.
All right. Make up. Let's see. Make up 20 ceilings, and I just pull it all into your inventory. Just as many as you can. Make up like 15 or 20, and I'm gonna make about 20, 25 foundations.
All right, 20 ceilings. In the works.
Okay. And so once our cryo sickness is gone down, we might as well just leave the dinos out. They'll protect each other. There shouldn't be anything down here that'll mess with them. I'm gonna put them on neutral though.
And then I can toss you the last Megatherium.
Okay, he's Toro.
That's because I cranked his health.
Level him up. Yeah, I remember now. You can force feed him meat if you've got a decent amount. Force feed him and he'll I don't know, recover. I gotta take the Therizino out of my inventory. Put him on the bird. I don't want to take him in there for any reason. Alright, I'm gonna drop anything that's like I don't actually need, like my fur armor. I'm gonna throw it on the bird.
What stat should I be cranking with these guys, the Megatheriums?
It's gonna be health and melee. Preferably melee if you have to choose. And once the melee is pretty decent, you can't go wrong with melee on Megatherium.
Alright, 21,000 health. And then the rest I pumped into melee. He's got 1,382% melee.
Yeah, that's plenty. It's more than what most mutation lines probably. Okay, we got our grappling hooks.
I'm just force feeding some meat for his health.
Okay, always take a cryopod in case you have to pod your megatherium. 'Cause sometimes you get into a tight spot, you can't get them out. You have to pod them and then throw them back down. All right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that shit. We need a megatherium. We need a data for that. That's like that's like 16,000 health. Um, that's okay as long as these guys just
Yours,
keep an eye on
yours
them.
hasn't pumped any levels.
Yeah, I was gonna wait. Let's see. As long as he's got adequate damage, which he does, he's got really good damage. I might actually throw. Well, loose speed's good, but it can throw you off a little bit too. It's got good weight. I will throw a little bit. I'm gonna throw a little bit of health on it. Oh my lord, those helps on health. Good lord. Okay. Yeah, that's all. I'm just gonna put 2 levels. It's 10,000. Okay. This should be okay. He just looks like, you know.
Okay, so go on in.
Yeah. If
Megatherium
there, you
cannot.
might
Megatherium cannot get through that door.
hold on a second. I usually throw them inside, and I'm not even sure if they can get through the door.
No, I could not get through the door just now. You going through on the Dodicarus? Oh, you're trying to clear
No,
the
I
area.
thought that. Yeah, I usually throw them inside the cave normally. I didn't even realize they couldn't fit through there because I always throw them out inside. Okay, don't throw it out until we get a little bit deeper in the cave because there is a choke point inside there.
Okay, yeah, I'll just hold on to mine until you throw out yours. How about that?
Yeah, there's nothing in the front part of the cave, so you're safe.
Yeah,
You can
usually
go.
the first. I mean, is it usual that the first bit of the cave?
Yes, most of the time, yes. Oh, fuck, close
I'm
to the
freaking. Okay. I hate that I can still see it raining while I'm in the cave. That's stupid.
Okay,
Okay,
I
now it
think
stopped.
I'm not sure if it's this, but I think those crystals are a choke point. I'm not sure. I can't remember.
That would make
I usually
sense.
go down until I start seeing dinos, and then I know it's time to pop them out. When I start seeing shit, then I pop them out. It's around here is safe though, anywhere past those crystals, I think. But because there are a lot of choke points and caves, I tend to see once you see the lava like right here,
Mm-hmm.
you don't want to go any further than this without having them out. 'Cause this is where the dinos spawn in.
There's bats.
Oh yeah, tons of them. Yeah, the only danger in here is rabies and falling into lava. So as long as you don't have either of those situations, but that's why you put the sleeping bags down. Because if you get rabies, sometimes you can't survive it. With your health, you probably would. You got a bat coming here. Okay, be very careful. This is always goes nice and slow through here.
Oh, cool. A very thin bridge. I do not like that at all. Do we have to come back out this way?
Yeah, That's the same way.
Uh,
It's worse the other way, trust me. This is the easy way we're going.
fun.
Yeah, I said this one is going to be a little harder than the other one. I mean, with the Megatherium, this is a breeze, right? Just
Mm-hmm.
you can actually walk past all this crap, but I like to kill it in case I die and I have to come back on foot. At least I got a
Yeah.
halfway shot of getting through. So there ain't a pile of shit in the way.
So what are the onyx good for?
Rabies. That's about it. They call them COVID unofficial.
That's hilarious. There's lava right in front of you.
Okay. Can you always be very careful? As soon as you dismount, anything that hasn't come after you will come after you, and sometimes they're inside the walls. But just be careful. Like, always look around you before you get off here, and just be ready to quickly remount. I'm gonna need those ceilings from you to get.
Okay.
If you can put them on the Megatherium, I'll just grab them off.
You are now on the arm of my Megatherium.
That's okay.
Okay, yeah, I'll
Like
just
it's
put him
safe.
on. Put him on this Megatherium.
All right, yeah, just be aware because usually I get off to do something and something comes running. Now, I will put my Megatherium on passive when I'm here by this lava.
Okay.
Be- If he attacks something and falls in that lava, it's not going to be very easy to get him to save him.
So, better to just not let him fall. So you're just making a pathway out of the ceilings, right?
Yeah, I'm just building a bridge as well. Because this one is kind of awkward to get over. You can sometimes just walk right over and you'll fall on the other side. Sometimes you fall in the lava.
I hate this. I'm gonna be honest, I hate this cave.
This is the shit. This isn't even the worst one. But this lava is pretty scary shit. You don't die instantly, but you will die very quickly. So
Is that a node? It is an explorer node, isn't it?
yeah. Yep. Just be careful. What the biggest danger in here is being dismounted and having a bat knock you into the lava. Really, that's your biggest. The Megatheriums make this really easy. Now you can grapple across this. There's the artifact,
I see
but
it.
I usually use the
I would
bridges.
not like to grapple. I do not want to grapple.
And I like to do this because if you have to collect this. Sometimes you run the bosses multiple times, right? You don't just run them once easily. I usually run them at least three times. So it's nice to have this for ramps and stuff. So next time you come in here, it's a bit, piece of cake. You just walk across the ramp. Just be careful.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, this is where we grapple across right here. And that's, if I just wanted to quickly get in here and do that, that's what I would do. But since we're setting up, let's do it the safe way.
Yes, please. Ow. Oh, that tech wreck's tamed. Good, good.
All right, if it respawns, grab the second one. So a lot of times it will respawn immediately. And if not, you might just chill here for a second. A lot of times, like that back portion behind me, there
Mm-hmm.
will be a drop over there. And so I normally go over there. I'll take my grappling hooks and swing over there. But you don't want to do that with the bats and stuff out. You want to make sure
Right.
you kill them first.
What are you doing right now?
I just made some more foundations of that.
Mm.
I was hoping it would respawn, but yeah, that's okay. Now that is the easy way. There's another section of this cave that goes out the other way. There's more jumps and shit in it. I think this is easier. For me, this is easier.
Yeah.
This is the fastest, directest way in and out. The other one has more drops. You can find a few drops on your way. We can go that way and then just steer clear of the jumps if you want.
Nah. Nah. I don't want to be in here any longer than I have to be.
Okay, this is like with the megatheriums, this is a breeze, right? We built our way across the dangerous places. The only one we have to go across that is that we didn't cover is that first one. That one that has a little bridge. That one's fairly safe as long as you don't, as long as you're not going too fast, you should be okay. Be very careful here, though. That is very narrow.
Mm-hmm. I am hugging the wall.
There's usually a drop over there on that crap. There's like a little walkway. So this whole thing is basically designed for grappling hooks. But you can see why you don't want to bring any valuables in here, because if you go down in one of those pits,
You're never getting that shit back.
you're probably never going to see that again. Yeah, pretty good chance. And you can go up or over. I usually go on the low side of this, but you can go over this too, the way you came. And there's usually a drop right there by that lava that's pouring down right there.
Mm-hmm.
There's a little shelf up there that there's usually a drop. These drops tend not to be very good. They can be, but they generally don't give very good loot, so I don't fuck with them. Especially since they're dangling over lava.
Yeah. We'll have to pull our megatheriums in soon. We're out of the danger area, aren't we?
Yeah, this is about where I think I usually, as soon as I get to the first choke point, I'm pretty much out of the spot. It's dangerous. I want to grab the chitin and whatever he's got on him.
Yeah.
Got a shitload. I usually just take like the meat, hide, and the chitin, and just leave the rest.
I'll have to leave first, right?
Yeah, it doesn't sometimes really do it too bad if I'm like right behind you, but okay, piece of cake. See, no big deal.
Jay redeemed a stretch. Thank you very much. Finished the L host the other night. Quite the emotional ride. Didn't know what else to do, so you watched Lackadaisy Pilot on YouTube. I guess you have an old, old webcomic to read now. Alright, yeah, and I'm pulling the mammoth too, right?
Yeah, I guess we could take the resources if we wanted to. The birds can carry it. I'll throw it on. Just throw it. Might as well. I'm gonna take too much weight. I'll throw that pike on, and I guess I'll. You want me to throw the artifact down there?
Yeah, you can throw the artifact on there.
Oh, I can't. That's right. I can't. I forgot. I can't put it on.
I've
I
got the
can't put it
otter.
in.
You can put it on the otter, can't you?
Yes, I can. I can put it in the otter, but I can't put it on the dino. I don't know why they changed that. That was so annoying. Okay. All right. Let's get the let's get the Rex, I guess. Let's build them. That's all we need. And that's the second cave. That one is a little bit harder. If you're not familiar with it, that one can mess you up a little bit. I have run it dozens of times. It's not that bad. With a Megatherium, it's a piece of cake and some grapples, right? I usually take a shotgun with me when I go in there too to kill bats if I need to. But yeah, you just wear your ghillie armor and you can walk right through there. Piece of cake. The ghillie armor is also nice because it reduces your aggro radius as well. Another reason why I'm a big fan of it.
Okay, pick up the otter again. Alright, I just need to grab the Tech Rex.
And there's one more cave for the Broodmother, and that one is over by the volcano, kind of towards where we came from in that direction. But it is the last one, and then that cave is actually really short. It is not difficult with the Megatherium. It's easy. It's easier than this one, I think, because you don't have to worry about falling into lava. That's the last one. That's all three That's all three artifacts for the Broodmother. Then then you can think about which level of the Broodmother you want to fight and prepare for that. And for that, you're going to need the Rexes, of course. You can do it with Megatheriums, but I find that the Rex is a better investment because he's usable in all three fights. Megatherium's more just for the Broodmother because it gets that buff, you know.
Yeah. Do Megatheriums get the buff when they kill an insect or just upon attacking an insect?
They get the buff when they kill an insect.
So there are
But
other insects with the Broodmother? She's got
she has spiderlings.
Okay.
So
So
that's
you
the
just
thing.
wipe out the spiderlings and then you have the buff against the
Right.
big mama.
She'll spawn them in. All the bosses have minions,
Okay.
and she spawns in spiderlings. But you do get a buff when you're attacking an insect. So you get an increase in your damage right there, but you don't get the bug killer buff until you've killed one, which is dicey. That's why I don't like to use it against alpha because I have gone into alpha fights and seen that the megatheriums almost half of them don't even get the buff ever. So I stopped using them for that. And I've only noticed it when I do the alpha fight. So I stopped doing it and started using Rexes instead.
Hmm.
Because the megatherium is not that great without the buff. He's good, but
You are
he doesn't get
leaving me
buff.
behind.
Oh, did you get a bunch of?
I
Oh
mean, I'm
shit.
kind of heavy right now, so maybe I should
Well,
drop like half my weight, half my wood or something.
if you want, why don't we? I'll grab some of it off you right here. Should be a safe place down here somewhere. I'll just grab. Careful with this raptors and shit everywhere.
Okay, what are we landing for?
I'm just gonna take some of that wood or whatever. Might as well
Alright.
save it. Oh, holy shit! Oh, am I heavy now? Is my bird heavy now? Holy shit! Well, yeah. Hold on. Let me throw a little bit of that. Jeez, I didn't think it was that heavy. I guess it is quite heavy. Well, these birds don't have a lot. I'm used to my argents have like I've got yeah. They usually have like 2 or 3K minimum, even on like a wild one. All right. But it takes a while to get to that point. You don't start off with all that shit. You got to learn, like, okay, first to look for the high level shit, and then why you're looking for it, and then breeding it and all that. So a lot of times when you explain, like, oh yeah, we got to get a high level bird, you're like, why? Why do I need to go through all this extra trouble and agony? Well, it's because what you're going to need it for later.
Yeah.
You want to have an argent that has like 3,000 carry weight on it. And I usually have two classes of birds. I have my weight birds, and then I have my utility bird, and that's going to have, it's going to have melee on it as well, and health. It'll have like 8,000 health, and then, you know, like maybe 1,200 melee or something. So, but as a rule, we don't use argents on official for anything other than utility for like metal and
Mm.
carrying shit, because it's so much easier to ride around on a wyvern. And once you know how to play, you're going to want wyverns because they're faster. It's like a flying Rex. It hits hard, really hard, and kill anything with them. And they're fast. So why not, right? And you're going to be
Yeah.
breeding them anyway. So you take your Argent with you in case you need to do something heavy lifting, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm slower than you if I'm not holding shift, but I'm faster than you if I am.
Yeah, I think my bird doesn't have. I should probably put a little more off. That's okay. Um, if you want, you can yoink me because I'll just get pulled along. It
I
won't
don't.
do.
Where are we going? Are we going back to base or are we going to a cave?
Do you want to hit that cave? It's
I
fast.
mean, might as well.
In that case, let me get rid of this fucking wood. I don't need that. I was just thinking, why not save it? And that was a lot of wood, but it
Yeah,
only
like
takes
5,000.
to collect it again. Yeah, with collection rates that high, it's not worth it to be encumbered, because you'll
Yeah.
be like take forever to get around, and it's like you could gather that up in like 2 minutes with the rates. So don't. Yeah, it's actually as a rule, it's almost always better to not be encumbered, no matter what, unless it's like worth it, because you'll die because you're encumbered a lot of times. 'Cause
Mm-hmm.
you can't fight, you
Because
can't
you
get
can't
away.
get away from shit.
Yeah, it's just like, why did I die? I lose my shit for a couple of fucking wood, or whatever, metal or whatever you're farming. But yeah, I mean, this is kind of on the way. This is actually closer. We usually do it in this order because generally I work from the south to the north, right? I do them in sequence. And I do the one that's by the base first, and then I hit the lava cave, and then on the way back I hit this cave. Because usually my base is up here, closer to this, because this is where all the taming and the resources are, up here.
Almost out of,
Quickly glance.
almost
Go
out of
ahead.
stamina.
This hill that we're going up towards, the
Mm-hmm.
brown, just keep going up there by that tree that's on the top of the hill, and then stop right there. The cave is right below that. I'm just gonna look at these birds real quick. 32, man. Maybe we do need to do another wipe because these birds are terrible. Yeah, there's something that's not right because let's see, we did all the steps. Remember to,
Oh, there's a note down there. Downhill a little bit.
yeah, they're all over in this area too. Just be careful. I guess if we put the Argents on neutral, it'll be okay. There's like a lot of random shit like sabers and stuff around here. All right, like hyenas. Right on that other little hump right there next to us, where we were headed. That's where the cave is.
Okay.
And the base is basically on the other side of the volcano. Now this one is a little smaller, so you just got to be careful. Kill these raptors. I'm gonna kill off this shit that's right outside here real quick. Same rule, just as a rule of thumb, always drop a bag down, no matter how confident you are. I mean, you could actually get disconnected and no fault of your own and die because of that. So, and it's always possible to get rabies from those pets. It's a random chance that they give it to you. And that can, if you get hit a few times, that rabies will definitely kill you. Okay, I just chucked a couple bags down and I'm good to go. I take the Megatherium. Yeah, just any cave really that you go into, you'll thank yourself later. Okay.
We want to go inside before we pop out the megatheriums?
Yeah, always go in because there's almost all these caves have choke points. Not every one of them, but oh fuck. Okay.
You went through me.
This one, I think there's a choke point, but I think you can get past it. But sometimes I'll take them and I'll unpod them to clear the cave, and then I'll put them back in the pod to get around an obstacle and take them right back out. Just be very careful about that cooldown. If you have a cooldown, don't pod your dino if you have a cooldown. Wait
Yeah.
for it.
Because you won't be able to pot
You
it,
don't want to
come it
be
back
on
out.
foot. Yeah, you'd be stuck on foot, and if someone jumps you, you're...
Fucked.
Well, normally I have shotgun and I have like ascending flak on, so I can actually fight this crap. But these dinos are really high level, and they can mess you up. There's a little note right here. always, that water is loaded with sarcos, and there's 1,000 piranhas in there, so always be careful. I usually don't fuck with that water. That is actually very dangerous. Um, I will usually kill most of the shit that's down here. This is the end where the artifact is. I usually clear this out, just so that I'm safe when I jump off. Because when you jump off on this one, there's a little teeny bridge you gotta go across. And you just can't stay really close to the dino. So it's better just to clear it. Because the bats, the main danger of the bats will knock you off of shit. Because they have like a knockback.
Mm.
They'll like knock you into pits and holes and shit.
Oh, yeah, I see how it's on a little bridge.
So I just go, there's a little note here. I go carefully around, make sure I kill all this crap. And then when I feel safe, I jump off and I wait a few seconds to make sure a bat doesn't come flying out of the fucking wall.
Why am I stuck?
There's a rock right there. You gotta kind of maneuver around it.
I legitimately cannot.
Just kind of jockey around it a little bit. I think you gotta, yeah, there you go. You just gotta kind of twerk a little bit.
Do I need to go right or left?
I don't know. I'm so used to doing it. Because you can like maneuver his body so that he kind of kicks left and right. So just kind of kick his like torso around. It should go right around it. That's where we gotta go. We don't have to do anything else. I just go around to make sure there ain't any shit.
I'm fucking stuck. I can't go forward. I can't go backward. I'm fucking stuck.
It's okay. You're glitched. Just jump off the saddle and remount. Because sometimes the dino has like different mechanics when the player's mounted. And like a dinosaur can turn around almost without turning, but it can't do it when a player's on it. So sometimes you got to dismount to just unglitch it.
I'm too scared to move.
Well, when you jump off, you should stay right on his back. And that's why I went around. Oh. Here, protect me. What are you doing? Let's slap it. It's counting on you. You're blocking the road. All right. Are you scared to death or what?
Yes!
That's like your paranoia is gonna get us killed. You're just back up a little bit. Keep going. I'm gonna try to get by you there. I can't get over that.
Okay.
Lighter on, and I can jump and fly over shit. Okay, you're good. Go back and grab it. Go grab the thing.
Why do I gotta grab it? You were right there.
Because there's two of them. We'll take your dinosaur right to the edge, and then you want to be on foot the least amount. But I did kill everything, so it, except for that one that came out of the wall. Yeah, just grab it. And that's safe. You can get out of that water. There's nothing in that water there. But it does go down a long ways. But yeah, it's okay. You'll be all right. Yeah, the main thing is just kill everything before you get off, right? Just go around that and make sure there's nothing hanging out on the back or whatever. And there you go.
Hello, welcome to stream, me spec. Alright, get me out of here.
This is actually, I think, the easiest cave, but it can be really hard if you can get in a death loop if you don't go in here with the right dino. Like if you brought a saber-tooth in here, saber-tooth or a dire wolf, it probably would get annihilated. So you'd have to like force feed it as you went down to heal it, right? Unless it has really good stats, which
Can you not use medical brews on animals?
No.
That makes sense.
But you can use sweet veggie cakes on herbivores.
On herbivores, yeah.
Okay, just be careful because there can be dinos attack you up here. This is the exit though, but generally they don't come up on this little ledge here right at the door. But I always pod my guy like right here because he can't. I don't think he can actually fit through the door. Let me grab what I'm gonna grab the meat, grab the hide, grab the chitin, and I'm gonna grab the Titan Boa Venom because that's actually part of the tribute. If you see Titan Boa Venom or Megalina Toxin,
Mm-hmm.
they the rest of that's garbage. So it's just like tools and stuff. All right, you want to run out? And I'll try to get as close as I can. Yoink.
Yoink, and then freeze. Okay,
Yeah,
it's
and it
frozen. There we go.
usually
Okay.
always freezes when you go out of a cave anyway. So that okay. Let me
Well,
like throw the
your bird laid an egg. I got it.
here. I'll throw the raw meat on you because it's heavy. And okay, I'm gonna throw the tributes on your bird as well.
Tributes. The tributes. Oh, the.
The tributes are the dino trophies.
Mm.
You have to like for as you'll see when you go to the obelisk, like it'll say for gamma, it just say the 3 artifacts, right?
Mm-hmm.
But for beta, it'll say okay, now it wants five Argent Talons and 5 Titan Boa Venom. And then when you go, it's more than that. It's like 4 or 5 things. But when you go to alpha, it'll want 10 of those. So those are going to be the things you're going to put in when you want to do the harder boss fights.
Gotcha.
And it's different for each boss. Like the dragon wants, he wants almost exclusively shit that's hard to get, and it's all like most of it's in the ocean, like Tussloteuthis tentacles. You have to kill tussies to get those,
Mm.
but they do drop they drop quite a few when you kill them. But you got to have the water tames to even do that. But most of them is like Thylo claws, the monkey. It's only on the harder bosses. I think that the gammas are almost just all artifacts. So if you wanted to do the gamma fight, you don't even need to worry about that. But if you want to do beta or whatever, and I would say it depends on what dinos you have at that
So,
point.
are we headed back to base now?
Yeah.
Okay. I stopped to kill something, so I lost you.
Okay, I'm at this blue drop. There's a Rex right here.
What level Rex?
He is a level 16. My goodness.
Shitty little.
I did see a level 100.
There's a 112 right next to it, though.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That's not horrible. Now, that's the kind of Rex I would look for beginning when I'm starting out. Not too super high to knock out. Let's kill that 16. Do you want to knock this thing out?
Yeah, let's kill the 16 and tame the higher one. Okay. Where can we sit?
We're going to probably want to perch on a rock or something. Yeah, this is going to be dicey. It's safer to do it right where we're at. Shoot, this would be, Quetzal would almost be nice for this. Normally, I just, I make dino gates, and I just make a trap.
I have a large bear trap and 6 metal dinosaur gateways on this bird.
But we can't pick them up, can we?
No, but I don't give a shit.
Well, for metal, I wouldn't use metal. Metal, you want to use, if you're going to waste metal, you want to use a gig for a giga.
I mean, that is why I made them.
Well, I mean, this guy, we could actually just stop and craft stone if we wanted to real quick.
Sure.
But let's see. Let's see if we can get him. I don't know, man. This
Can
is a
he
bad
come up the hill from where he is? Probably.
He can climb pretty good. Is what makes this tough, and it's hard to find a safe perch. We can try to just safely perch and shoot him, but it's dicey. If he starts climbing on us, we're gonna get knocked off the cliff.
Okay, I'm gonna land my bird. Okay.
Maybe we could find a spot he can't get us. And I see he went down the hill, so he couldn't climb that. Okay.
No, I can't see him at all. Yeah, I don't think he can come uphill from where he is.
Not this spot. No, it's too steep, I think. I'm pretty sure. He's trying like hell. Oh my god, I thought he was gonna come over.
Me
They can
too.
almost climb straight up fucking mountains right now. They changed that a while back. It was really bad. He would get stuck on a pebble, and then they changed it to where they can like straight up scale mountains. I'm like, good God, man, can you find a middle ground?
Yeah. Oh, he's turning. He's turning. Oh, okay, he's running.
Okay, I don't know if he's got enough or not, but we can kind of chillax and see. We'll follow him around. See if we can bodyguard him a little bit. He might be ready to go down. Maybe not. We'll give him just a second. Give him about 2 minutes or something. Oh fuck! I'm dying from cold. Hold on, I gotta put my fur.
He's
Shit!
still...
I took my fur off. Oh no.
Are you gonna be okay? Do you want my otter?
Uh, no, I'm probably not gonna be okay. Let me. Shit.
I don't know where he went. He's like lost in the trees somewhere.
Okay. Um, let me get out of here real quick. We
Okay.
can come back.
I'll
We can come
follow
back.
you. Yeah.
He'll be there. He's not gonna lose much to our pork. We'll get him. We'll get him. I gotta get. I should have brought my fur.
I didn't realize you didn't. I'm fine, and I'm still wearing my
wait.
guy. Wait, do you want my fur? I'm not wearing
No,
my fur.
sorry, I took it off. You're right. Thank you for saying. I put it in the bird when I went in the cave.
You did put it in the bird. Good. Yeah, I keep my extra equipment, extra clothes on the bird.
Yeah, I totally forgot because I thought I left it at the base to keep the weight down. Okay, I'm good now. That's all.
Okay, now we gotta find the. Now we gotta find that T-Rex.
Well, honestly, it's better to usually do it in the day anyway, but there shouldn't be too much in there. The worst case is if he jumps on a fucking Kentrosaurus. A Kentro could kill him. It's the only thing. But I mean, it's a good one, but it's still not that's not like a 140 or nothing. Where's the
I
good
mean,
one?
the ones that
good
I
enough.
tamed were like level 30, so
Well,
he's still gonna be the best by far.
This would be a starter Rex for all intents and purposes. But you never know. You may get lucky. The stats might be awesome on it. Generally, that usually doesn't happen, but it can happen. And because of the stats are so high on tames, it will still be awesome. Yeah. If we can find him. Okay, here he is. He's swimming over.
You got him?
Yeah. He's in the water over here.
I don't know where over here is. Okay, I see your name. There we go.
Yeah, the lake right beside that. All right, now we do want to not.
We don't want to knock him out while he's in the water.
Well, he's not in deep water. He still can go down safely, but if he's swimming, yeah, we don't want to.
You good?
Yeah, the only danger there was
Barlow?
still on like 60 health. Okay, yeah, I don't think he'll attack us, but we should be able to put him down. He's running. All right, hold off and just see where he goes. He's pretty safe actually right there, but there's a deep part where he's kind of going. Don't shoot him over
I'm not
there.
shooting him right now, no.
Okay. Well, we'll just have to follow him until he gets on
Gets
land
to her.
again. He's got to be pretty close. I'd like to push him on the shore if I can. This is crazy because there's like little shallow spots all through here, but then there's really deep spots too. Just enough that he would drown. Get on shore, buddy. Come on.
Thank you for redeeming the hydrate, posture check, and the stretch. Let's start with the hydrate. Topor
That's
dropped enough
actually
that he's targeting you, right? No, he's still running away.
no. I don't think he will. I wish I had my magnifying glass. I don't think he will attack. I think he's really, really close. So he probably won't attack.
Keeps going towards land and then skirting it.
Yes, I've even had Rexes like straight up commit suicide. Just not very often, but just because they didn't want you to tame them. I'm like, thanks, devs. Because they didn't used to do this. They used to fight you to the death. They would never run away. Then the one day they decided that dinosaurs need to run away from you because it's too easy. You know? Like, okay. Like it was easier having the Rex chew on you the whole fucking time. I don't think so. But one thing you can do is you can sit on the back of a Megatherium and shoot off the back of it and just stand there and tank the hits.
He's gonna lose all his topor while he swims.
No,
I don't actually know how fast it goes down.
No, theirs is like an hour and a half. It's way long. Oh, that was bad because he would have died right there. He turned right back into the deep area as soon as I shot him. There you go. Now come to this side. Don't shoot from that side. We want him up. Ah, you bastard! Get out of the water. You always shoot from the side you want to push them. You can sometimes control, not really.
Not very well, but sometimes.
Not very well, but you can control it enough to where you can save the tame a lot of times.
See, he immediately turned back around. I started going towards the water again.
Did he go way the fuck up? Okay, alright. I'm not going in there on foot. This is one reason why I'm a big believer in traps. I don't like doing it, but because of the shit like this, you almost have to sometimes. This is ridiculous. This is a good way to lose the tame, you know, because you can't control. He might walk into some shit and die to some wild saber or something. Oh, he's down.
He's down, finally.
That's it. Oh, I knew he was right on the edge, but he just... Alright, be very careful. Don't go up on him. Let's clear this. Always clear this shit out before you... Let me check the level. Ah, level 8. Just be mindful of what's around him, because nothing will attack a Rex, really, but something will come at you, and that'll hit him. I will quickly slide in there and drop some food on him. And see if I can get all this crap out of here. Alright, I don't want to mess with these dinos. I'll just drop him and let's just get the hell out of here. I think that's our best bet.
Got some mutton on me.
Yeah, I threw it on him. I got some. I just put 20 on there. I don't think he's going to need more than like 10 or something.
According to Dododex, he should need 9 mutton.
Okay. All right. All right. I'd say just go back to the base, put the tracker on him, and
Yep,
he's done.
tracker's on.
Back.
Okay, base is
This is
that
also
way.
a good spot to get mammoths here because you're kind of right on the verge of the winter biome. You can kite them out of the winter biome if you want. There's a really nasty cold spot right here, though.
What level is that pretty Argentavis? 36.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but this doesn't seem right. Maybe I'm just being impatient, but it does feel like we're just getting really bad numbers, even for. Well, maybe it's because they're on 120. Maybe that's the issue. Because I think so we didn't edit the INI, so they're not going to be 150s, but they should be 120s. And
I give her another hydrate.
Pulls the levels down a little bit. Well, there's an 84. Okay, that's something. A 44, 1 in the air is an 84. Nothing to write home about, no.
No.
Unless you want it, but
Nah.
I don't think that's. Generally, if I'm riding on one better than the one I'm looking at, I'm probably not gonna
Yeah.
stop for it. All right. Well, something anyway. That's decent Rex. I mean, you can do something with that. You could even start breeding with that one. I think because of the health pumps and the melee pumps, that's probably good enough. If you can get a female somewhere close to that level. Okay, well that's enough artifacts for a Gamma Broodmother fight. If you wanted to try that.
Not tonight.
No. This, I mean, like you have to breed some Rexes before you do that. That's gonna have to be a whole thing. But yeah, I just wanted to get you to a point where you were ready to actually do the fight, and then depending on what the status of your Rexes are, if they're good enough, maybe you can go for a beta or maybe even an alpha. I don't know. Depends on the numbers the dinos have. I'm going to throw the Thury back in the cryo fridge and the cryopods back in there. I put the artifact inside the smithy one I had. So probably what I would do next time if you come in, I would say start looking for some Rexes. You know, like
Yeah.
you got the one, get yourself another one. See if you can get a bunch of them. As many, the more the merrier, you know, on that deal. gonna throw the poly back in the fridge, and I'm gonna throw the meat in the trough. Let's see. Yeah, I always unload. I always go out with a lot of shit, and then at the end of the day, I take everything out. I dump all my gear and stuff. Then I usually have a loadout mannequin. I don't even lay down until I dump my gear. Because I have logged in and been falling from the top of the map and died before. So I've logged in and being under the map before, and that's always great. So I've learned not to log out with all my shit on me. I normally even take if I have shocking trank darts, I usually take them out of my inventory because they do spoil.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is when you come back in, you're gonna go to tame something and then you'll forget them. So it
Yeah.
always happens. All right, I am gonna move. How about this campfire? We don't necessarily the cooking pot. We don't need that anymore. I don't think.
No, because we've got the industrial cooker.
Well, there's still things you could use it for, but generally speaking, you're not gonna need it. I'm gonna move that. Actually, I can't because I can't do. Can you break that for me? I'm gonna try to
What,
put a.
the cooking pot?
Yeah.
Break the cooking pot?
Okay. Is there a ladder? I gotta figure out that pickup deal because that's driving me nuts. I'm so used to picking stuff up now. Even on official, you have. Well, I guess you have the 30 seconds or whatever that's official has. Okay, I put that set. I don't know where you have your blueprints. There's a bookshelf you can make that stores them next to
I
the screen.
have a bookshelf full of
Okay.
blueprints at the other base.
Oh yeah, why don't you? Well, when we get done here, why don't you do what we talked about earlier? And
Alright.
when I get out of here, I'll just go ahead and shoot over there
Um,
and grab all your shit if you feel like it, or come back on later and do it.
what's the command again? G something, give
GCM.
GCM. Give creative mode. Gotcha.
I can't get this letter to go to the right. And you'll see a icon on your screen. It'll appear. Now it'll still be there next time you come in, but when you log off and log back in, all that shit's canceled off, even if you
Okay.
have it. So just be mindful that it may see the icon and it may not be turned on. So just be thoughtful. Now, if you go into your crafting section of your inventory, you'll
Mm-hmm.
see that every blueprint in the game is craftable. That's how you know for sure that you're in the
That you're
game.
in creative mode.
Now that's what you want to do. When you log off, dump all your gear on your loadout. And if you, for some reason, something happens, you don't lose anything. You should never have your dinos on you anyway, but you know, I have had shit like that happen to me. I've come in and I've been underneath the map and lost all my gear and all my shit. So I stopped doing that.
Hmm.
And I don't log out in front of my base with all my shit on me. Like some people.
Yeah, because your body stays. So even if you're offline, somebody can drag you out to sea and you drown.
I do need to take that cryo pot out of there though. I didn't notice that. I didn't want to take. Oh, that's the Megatherium shit. Okay, yeah, I always want to put him in the cryo fridge. It's because it was in my hotbar. Sometimes I forget about like the weapons and stuff are in there. Okay, let me dump all my stuff. Yeah, now so you want to follow that up by the fly command and then the
Okay.
walk command. And don't forget the artifact is in the smithy. If you have a spot, you keep that. And I will. I guess I'm gonna boogie woogie. Yeah. So if you go fly, then if you go into like water or something, it'll like disable it sometimes, but it'll allow you to zoom across the map. You can grab all that shit, and when you want to walk, and if you need to go through something, you type in ghost. But the ghost command is kind of funky. Sometimes you'll fall through the map after you disable it, so be careful about that.
Okay, then I
If you
won't
get
use it.
if you get into some weird situation, um, be careful about traveling around the map with like shit on you because you can lose your stuff. So be careful about how you do that. Just go there, grab it, and come back. I would just be as careful as you can. Um,
Alright.
but yeah, it
Will
is
you
possible to get stuck inside of shit and lose stuff. Is what I'm warning you about. So be careful.
Alright. Will you like stay in Discord and keep watching stream just so you can help me if I fuck it up?
Yeah, I mean, if you're, I thought she was getting off. I'll stay on here if
No,
you're.
I'll just do that real quick at the end of stream.
Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I got
Yeah,
you.
once.
I'm just gonna lay down here, and I'll log off. Then you don't have to worry
Yeah.
that you can pull me around.
Okay. Says you're sleeping, so that means you're out, right?
Yep, I should be safe
Alright.
to do whatever.
Okay. Give creative. That's
Yeah, I usually like to lay on a bed because people can't move you if you're on a bed. They
oh,
can
okay.
handcuff you to a bed, so be aware of that. But um, they can't like drag you around and shit, and without like breaking the bed or killing you. So it's one of the small things you can do. Also, it serves as an anchor point, so you don't flop around the world. Um, but yeah, there was time like if you built in a cave, sometimes you would wake up inside the mesh, like it would just drop you through because the way the game works, it loads like structures load in a certain order, but players load sometimes before all that.
Mm-hmm.
And so you would load in and then drop because there was nothing there, and then the mesh would load and you'd be stuck inside and you'd be dead. And getting the devs to come back and try to give you your shit, they didn't care. A lot of time, they wouldn't even give it to you unless you had proof. So you'd have to have screenshots and video and everything. Otherwise, they wouldn't give it to you anyway. So yeah, unless you're a streamer and you record everything, you were screwed.
Damn. Okay.
You should have, when you look at your weight, you should be like have like 99
Zero
or.
out of 9,999.
But so just be careful of you still might have a structure cap limit. Like there's a three, it's either 300 or 350 slots. So I think that'd be the only thing you'd have to worry about is slot capping. I wouldn't worry about that trophies and stuff if you need them. you know they're there. You can always grab them. Just get anything that you think you might need. You can always come back, but anything you think, yeah, I need this or I need that, to grab that stuff. Like I would just say make up pods or whatever and just grab the dinos. 'Cause you can craft them right there in your inventory.
Oh yeah,
If
I
you
can.
probably grab all your blueprints. Never a bad idea to have them. Even though some of those are probably useless, like compass and stuff like that, I wouldn't. But that's no big deal. You can sort those later. And anything else that's useful that you don't have. I guess the biggest thing is you'll have to regrow your greenhouse, but build it with glass out of the S Plus mod. It's basically the same as steel, but just see through, and it gives you the greenhouse buff. So um, it's nice because dinosaurs can't do anything to it. Only alphas and stuff like that. All right, I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Holler if you need anything.
Does it?
It's great.
I mean, should I bring all of my dinos, or should I
I mean,
just
if
leave
you
some
want
here?
them, yeah. I mean, just throw them in cryo
I
pods.
mean, I don't.
I mean, it's that way you don't have to worry if you want it or don't want it. Doesn't really matter. Just throw them in a pod and throw them in the fridge. That's what I do. I keep dinos. I have dinos since the day I started playing. I haven't used them in 2 years. You know, whatever.
I don't really care about the rest of the dinos that are here. I don't care enough to bring them, at least.
Yeah, you might as well grab your fertilizer, and you got at least 300 slots you can fill. Because fertilizer, you will actually use that in your greenhouse. With a good dung beetle, though, you can in just like a couple hours it'll crank out 20, 30 bags. You know. But if you don't, I mean, it's they'll probably stay there just the way they are because you're going to be across the map, so they're not going to render. Um, should be fine.
But you think I should rebuild a greenhouse up at I should build a new greenhouse up at the other base?
I mean, it's up to you. I usually do if I move locations. I want my primary location. I'll build it there. But you don't have to if you want it. You can
I
always
don't
come back
I
and
like
maintain it.
I like this one. The only problem with this one is that the narcoberries aren't irrigated.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a big deal. Um, it's something you can tackle later if you've got plenty of crops. That'd be the only limiting factor as long as you got the crops. Doesn't really matter
Yeah.
where it's at.
Oh, okay. Take it all back. I'll grab that Rex too.
Yeah, and I would also find out how to do the structure pickup. I might look that up myself and just see because you could just come and there's like a gun you can just shoot everything and it just picks the whole thing up, and then you just take and plop it down somewhere else. I'd pick that whole base up, take everything out of there, and then just plop it down. Actually, I'd just take and throw it in a box, but because you're going to build out of metal probably next time, or once you get enough crystal, you can build out of glass. Glass is actually pretty cool. You can set the transparency to be one way. You can see out but not in, and it's kind of nice. You have a nice view. All right, he's done already. Damn, that was quick. You can type in GCM and it should disable it. Sometimes the tool will still stay like in your inventory, but it doesn't. If it's not up on the screen, it's disabled. Yeah, now all you gotta worry about is the eggs. If you got a decent amount of eggs going. If you do, you can.
I should have brought the eggs. That's the one thing I forgot to grab was the eggs.
Yeah, I mean that's all you're lacking for kibble. You got the crops, and you'll need some jerky. If you don't have a jerky, put down like four preserving bins and put oil and spark powder in there, and cooked prime and cooked raw, cooked regular meat, and put a bunch of spark powder in there, and it'll start turning it into jerky. And then that's all you really need because you can make the rest. Is most of it's made with advanced crops. You know, you got to make Laz chowder and Furia curry, I think, or no, focal chili, focal chili and Laz chowder, I think. And that's for the highest tier kibble. So some of the lower tier ones don't even
Ah,
make
shit.
the
Why did I make... How did I make 20?
21. Oh, got creative mode. Creative mode
Oh.
multiplies. There's like some things are in hundreds. Like you start making foundations, it'll make hundreds. So be careful.
Alright, I gotta figure out where to put this thing since now it's gonna snap.
If you make like too much shit, just chuck it on the ground. I do, because creative mode lets you just
Yeah, I didn't... It's not like I wasted resources.
yeah,
And I
just
don't...
take one and chuck it on the ground.
I
Chuck
don't
it
like
right,
that.
or put it in the box. A lot of times I'll save up a vault and I'll just throw all the extra shit in there because you can't just make one of a lot of things in there. Gee, it'll disable snapping if it won't go anywhere you want it.
Okay, I gotta go get those eggs.
Yeah, but it should disable the snapping if you push G on the metal one. That's the S plus like disable deal, and it should let you free place it. But I don't know. I usually use like a ladder with all that crap. But my base is usually going to be a lot bigger because I try to put my dinos inside my base. That's just a habit from PvP. I always build a big enough base to heat my dinos.
See, haven't played PvP in a long ass time, so I don't have that habit.
And it's just something that I've always done, and it just become part of how I play the game. It just solves a lot of problems for you. You don't have to worry about shit. Like on official, it's a little different because no matter whether you're there or not, shit's still going on around you. And if anybody goes near your base, it's gonna render, and
Mm-hmm.
that means shit can attack your dinos and stuff like that. People can mess with it. But even though I don't play PvP now, I still do it that way. And I always have a big ass wall around my base. You should see it. It's pretty cool. But a lot of people don't like that. But I just don't feel safe unless I don't want random shit wandering through my base. You know. All right, you look like you're good to go.
Yep. I'm just gonna put these all in there and then turn it off.
All right, I'm back up. I'm playing on the cluster with some other. I'm playing on a private cluster with some other folks. Just chilling. We're playing on Fjord. If you
Nice.
wanted to come over and check it out,
I would
it's
love to. Let me just end stream and then I'll pop over there.
Fjord's one of the better maps because as time has gone on, they've gotten better at designing maps. This was not made by the devs, by the way, but they've gotten better about building their maps. And Fjord has almost all the dinos, which is pretty rare. Most maps don't, but it has. It's missing some, but not that many. It's got a lot of things like the Magmasaur or the Magma Maywang. It's got and it's got a lot of high levels. It's not like the island. When you look around, you're gonna see 100 plus dinos everywhere, which is that's the unique thing about the island. It's made for beginners, which actually people don't know this, but it makes it harder for you. So I don't understand that, but
Hmm.
lower the level of the dinos, the harder it is because
Because
the
I can't
advantage
get as
is
high.
they just like since you changed the settings on yours where your melee and health go up,
Mm-hmm.
that actually compensates for having lower level dinos because
Yeah.
those are the things that you would get if you had higher dinos.
See, I do that because I'm used to taming low level dinos because it's easier. It takes less.
Yeah, yeah, it is easier, but it hurts you in the long run as far as like their stats are worse.
Yeah.
When you do bosses and stuff like that, or even just flying around with an Argent that has lower weight. My bird's easy to have 3K on a bird, right?
Right.
But those low birds aren't going to get those kind of numbers. You're going to have 1600 if you max it in weight. It's still good, but you're talking a multiplier, double or triple by levels.
Alright. Alright.
So
I am gonna end stream right here. Thank you so much for joining us. Bye bye.